feeling that one. I'm feeling that one. That gets you in like a different type of vibe for the whole discussion. How I'm looking. No, I gotta check the mic. The mic be acting up. What's up, everybody? Welcome to the channel. Welcome back to the channel. This is the real Nathan Daley, and I'm your law enforcement translator. And as you know, we're here tonight to talk about something gruesome, something crazy, something tragic that took place earlier this year in reference to Tyre Nichols. For those who don't know, for those who are hearing for the first time, the 5 officers involved in the incident have been, they turned themselves in. They're being charged with murder along with kidnapping and a few other charges: aggravated assault, aggravated kidnapping, official misconduct, and official oppression. I've never heard of that one before, so that's going to be interesting. I'm gonna be completely honest with you guys. If you haven't seen the video that I did already on this topic, I broke down the law, talked about what the issues are, what type of rights that the citizens have against these type of encounters, what, if possible, could have happened that could justify the officers using this level of force. You know, I covered a lot, really just trying to inform, embrace people for what we're going to go over tomorrow, because apparently the video is going to be released tomorrow at 6 o'clock. What are they trying to do, you guys? They're trying to brace for impact. They're going to brace for impact. They're doing something different because they know. Could you imagine? You watch the video and you just know it is utterly barbaric and unacceptable. And that's the sentiments that I'm getting from everything that I've done and researched so far. I have a feeling that this is a Rodney King 2.0. And based on the charges, I have a feeling, I have my speculation as to why they were charged the way they were charged. And I'm going to give you some insight, because listen, everybody's hush hush. They don't even want to tell people what, they don't want to give nothing. They're not trying to give nothing. They're like, listen, y'all, we don't know what to tell y'all. We're going to drop the video tomorrow and let the force be with you at this point. It's almost like they're just prepping for the city to burn down. So we're going to play, I have 3 videos to play. We're going to go through them. I'm going to give you my thoughts as to what I believe these charges and where they came from. And then, of course, as you know, I'm going to allow you guys to come up, speak, express yourself. And then, you know, tomorrow we'll be right back here at 6:30 reviewing over the actual body cam video and whatever videos they're going to release. And then we're going to watch these cities burn up, because I have a feeling that's exactly what's going to happen. I have a feeling they're going to act the fool here in Atlanta, though this is not Memphis. We all know they're going to act the fool in Memphis. So, again, if they want to make a change as it relates to police and the profession, they need to start listening. They got to start listening. And I think people are tired of the back and forth. People are tired of these things repeating itself. People want answers. They want real solutions. They want to see real change. They want to see real systematic change as it relates to this profession. And listen, I'm not in disagreement with that. There's a lot of things that need to change in law enforcement. So it's going to be interesting. Where we're going to start, before we dive into that, shout out to the chat. Thank you guys so much for joining us. By all means, please hit the like button on your way in. As you know, I will be bringing you guys up. We're not going to do too long of a stream. We had a crazy good stream yesterday. Had a good stream today, this afternoon, over with Courtney Michelle. If you guys are not familiar with her, she will drop her link. Please check her out. We had a great discussion. We were following up on the Florida AP African Studies discussion. It was a great discussion. So if you have not seen that, please go check it out. So shout out to you guys. Shout out to my members. Thank you guys so much. And my moderators, can't do it without you. So I really, really appreciate it. Whew. It's been a busy day, you guys. It's been busy. This came out. I was actually shocked. 5 officers. Because here's how I look at it. 5 officers all being charged with the same thing. This looks like I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. They're going to charge these officers with the RICO Act. I have a feeling they're going to charge them with RICO. They're going to charge them with gang and RICO charge. They're going to charge these officers with RICO. Mind you, I told you first on this channel, right? They are going to hit these officers with the RICO. Someone might say, is that possible? How? Has it ever been done? Yes, they've done it. It's happened before. Because again, they're going to look at these guys as a gang. I have a feeling. I just have a feeling that this is how it's going to play out. Because they charge them all with these charges. That means everybody was participating in some form or fashion. So what I'm going to do first, I'm going to play the news as it has unfolded. We're going to start with the police chief. The police chief made a statement today. She finally released a statement. Before, she was very quiet. No one said anything. The chief didn't speak on anything. She wasn't present at any of the conferences, press conferences, but she dropped the video on the side and she released it. And she's talking about this encounter and how she feels about it. So we're going to play that. We're going to go over that, and I'll point out a couple of things. Then we're going to go over the charges as to what they're being charged with. I'm going to break that down, and then I'm going to give you my thoughts in reference to why they're being charged. You guys, I assure you, the video is going to be heinous. It's going to be sinister to watch, and I don't think everybody's going to be able to stomach it. I have a feeling that this is going to be one of the most difficult things for a lot of people to pay attention to. So with that being said, we're going to listen to what the police chief had to say in reference to this. I'll play the two videos, and then we're going to take questions. Anybody wants to come up and add any perspective, I love to hear what you have to say. Then we'll go from there.
In light of the horrific circumstances surrounding the death of Tyre Nichols, it is absolutely incumbent upon me, your chief, to address the status of what the Memphis Police Department is doing, has done, and will continue to do in furtherance of finding truth in this tragic loss, ensuring we communicate with honesty and transparency, and that there is absolute accountability for those responsible for Tyre's death. As you know, 5 Memphis police officers were terminated last week. These officers were found to be directly responsible for the physical abuse of Mr. Nichols. Concurrent within that investigation, other MPD officers are still under investigation for department policy violations. Some infractions are less egregious than others. As this investigation and other external investigations continue, I promise full and complete cooperation from the Memphis Police Department with the Department of Justice, the FBI, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, and the Shelby County District Attorney's Office to determine the entire scope of facts that contributed to Tyre Nichols' death. Aside from being your chief of police, I am a citizen of this community we share. I am a mother. I am a caring human being who wants the best for all of us. This is not just a professional failing. This is a failing of basic humanity toward another individual. This incident was heinous, reckless, and inhumane. And in the vein of transparency, when the video is released in the coming days, you will see this for yourselves. I expect you to feel what the Nichols family feels. I expect you to feel outrage in the disregard of basic human rights, as our police officers have taken an oath to do the opposite of what transpired on the video. I expect our citizens to exercise their First Amendment right to protest, to demand action and results. But we need to ensure our community is safe in this process. None of this is a calling card for inciting violence or destruction on our community or against our citizens. In our hurt, in our outrage and frustration, there is still work to be done to build each other up, to continue the momentum of improving our police and community relationships and partnerships, to show those who watch us now that this behavior is not what will define our community and our great city. This is not a reflection of the good work that many Memphis police officers do every day. What comes next is our defining moment. What we all do next can be that reflection of our character. I am not wavering in my commitment to you to have a police force that is here to serve and protect you. Those 5 officers and others failed our community, and they failed the Nichols family, and that is beyond regrettable. I have met with and offered condolences to Tyree's mother and father, and have asked for the support of our community leaders and clergy in this extremely difficult moment. But words are only temporary salves that need to be followed by true, responsible action and change. It is my intent as a proactive measure to ensure that a complete and independent review is conducted on all of the Memphis Police Department's specialized units, and the commitment of my executive leadership to ensure that policies and procedures are adhered to in our daily encounters with the citizens we are sworn to serve. In the days ahead, I ask that you continue to pray for the family of Tyre Nichols, the Memphis Police Department, and our great city.
All right. Okay. Did anybody catch what she said? Did anybody catch all that she said? Right? So here's what's going on, you guys. What you just heard was a public service announcement. This public service announcement is saying, please do not burn the city down. By all means, do not do it. You guys, we're pleading with you. We are trying to handle this. We're going to hold them accountable. What these officers did was grossly unacceptable. And before we show you what happened, please do not take it out on the city. You guys, this is damage control. They're going about it differently. She made a public service announcement and said, listen, what they did was unacceptable. They do not reflect the police department. We are holding them accountable. You guys, this is swift. We are prosecuting. We're going to charge them what they did. And I repeat, what you see tomorrow is going to piss you the fuck off. But please be mindful that the city is not your enemy. Right? She's trying to plead with the world, the nation, who's gonna see this and say, listen, there's no winning if we destroy everything around us. That's not how we fight this problem. It's not how we fight this problem. She's trying to get ahead of it, you guys. But mark my words, they are going to cut up in Memphis. And it's not that the reason this and the people and the citizens who are going to protest in Memphis, it's not going to be just because of this. It's going to be because all of the other bullshit that they had to deal with the police department. You know, the cuppeth runneth over problem that they have to deal with, you guys. Listen, I've heard some stuff about Memphis. I've heard some stuff about the police. Now, granted, we all know we can make this argument that it's not all blah, blah, blah. I get it. But the problem is people want change. They want systematic change within law enforcement, within the profession. Whew, let me tell you. You know, shout out to you, Dwayne Redmond. Thank you so much. He said, listen, she's letting people know before showing the video. Yeah, this way you can brace for impact. She doesn't want to catch anybody off guard. She already knows. This is her first time making an appearance since the incident happened. This is the first time she's talking about it since the incident happened. And she's like, listen, let me collect myself, put this public service announcement. You would have thought a meteorite was about to strike the city. Hey, everybody, stay in your homes, stay calm. By all means, do not step outside. Do not talk to the aliens. Like she's really like, hey, she's really trying to reason with her city. Why? Because she already knows what time it is. She already knows what time it is. I'm going to play a video about people coming out saying that, hey, you know, Memphis police officers or this particular unit. For those who don't know, shout out to you again, Dwayne. Thank you for the super chat. For those who don't know, this particular unit, these 5 officers are specialized group of officers who were tasked to combat crime in the area. They called themselves the Scorpion Unit. The Scorpion Unit is what they called themselves. Now, I myself was a part of a specialized unit, task force. Myself, you know, Dre's in here. He'll tell you he was as well. And the specialized units are effective, but they can go astray, you guys. They can go astray. This is what people are having an issue with law enforcement. When you get a part of these small units, these small groups, and then you start to act like your own army, and then you start going around enforcing law through your emotion or through your feelings. You start enforcing the laws based on your attitude, based on your ego, and not based on the law, right? Then you're getting away with shit. You're planting evidence. You're mistreating people. You're unprofessional. You're racist, right? You're targeting. You're harassing in these specialized groups. A couple things that stood out to me about going over this case. They have not clarified what the actual violation or charge is that they were charging Tyre Nichols with. And you know what that says to me? It's screaming an illegal stop. It's screaming an illegal stop. Another thing that stood out, the FBI already jumped on board. The FBI already jumped on board. You know what that means to me? We have a Fourth Amendment violation. And we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about that. You guys, this assault was so barbaric, it's going to blow your socks off. It's going to blow your socks off. So we have a police chief who's pleading with the community. Technically, she needs to be pleading with the nation. You know why? Because they're gonna probably, it's gonna spread. And they're gonna protest, and they're gonna be people who are gonna infiltrate the protest and also create some anarchy. I have friends already calling me, telling me that they're already prepping here in Georgia. They're already prepping, you guys. They're already prepping. You know, just last week we had a riot in Atlanta because a protester was killed, got into a shootout with the state police over what we call over here, or what they call Cop City that they're building in Atlanta. Whew. So we're gonna break down what happened. I knew based on this guy, the media interviewed this gentleman about the Scorpion Unit. This is a specialized unit, police task force, that gives you training day vibes, right? Where you started off good, but you end up getting corrupted. Why? You guys, power is so corrosive. Every man was not meant to handle power. And this is what we're going to see. We're going to see in these videos tomorrow what it looks like when you give someone power and they cannot handle it. They weren't built for it. Power is not meant for everybody. And in this position with law enforcement, it's a very powerful position to have. You have power over people, but the people have no power over you. So there's no balance. There's no balance. There's no balance. The charges, right? The charges. They are charged with second-degree murder, right? Looks like this is intentional murder, meaning based on the video, what you will see is the intentionality of assaulting for no legitimate reason. Some say excessive force. I think it's beyond that. It's beyond excessive force. This was intentional. And based on his intentional decisions to assault him, he died. Therefore, you have here, we're looking at second-degree murder. They got him for aggravated assault, right? Aggravated assault. They kicked him. They were kicking him in the face. You guys, they broke his neck. They broke his neck. What else? Aggravated kidnapping. You know what that says to me? That They illegally moved him from one place to another and assaulted him again. There's a possibility that they staged the crime scene, these officers. There's a possibility that they, in a sense, illegally detained him in one area, picked him up, took him somewhere else, and then, because to kidnap somebody, you have to take them against their will from one place to another, and it's illegal to do so. Yep. There's 2 incident locations, and it never made sense to me when I'm hearing them explain what happened. They said this is how the whole story came about. They're saying, okay, the officers witnessed a car driving erratically, right? They initiate a traffic stop. Somehow, somewhere, they make physical contact with him because he got out the car and he started to run. So they chase after him. At some point in time, a taser is deployed. Pepper spray is deployed. They get into a fight with him. They take him and they transport him to another location. And when they get to that location, then the ambulance is called because he's complaining that he cannot breathe. And then in the midst of him gasping for air, they are still actually not treating him with care after they assaulted him. 5 officers. People are going to ask, why so many? Well, there's a multitude of reasons, right? What we learned is that this is a group, this is a unit, meaning that they travel in a pack. When I was a part of a specialized unit, we all traveled together. We all traveled together. They're saying that there was a duty to render aid. They did not render aid, meaning that they watched, and a duty to intervene, meaning that at some point in time, this thing went from trying to arrest to an assault, and it escalated beyond the scope of their job, beyond the scope of their duty. And none of the officers intervened and said, hold on, chill out. You're doing too much. This is excessive. There's no need to do that. Nobody stepped up and said anything, you guys. This is why they're all being charged with murder. And you know what they're going to charge? They're going to charge them with gang. They're going to charge them with RICO. You guys, I have a feeling they're going to RICO these 5 officers, and they're going to spend 30 years in prison. I promise you. Yep. They're going to hit them with a RICO. They're going to hit them with gang. Why gangs, you guys? Because 1, it's a unit. It's very easy to prove that police officers are gangs. We share similar colors, similar uniform, words, hand gestures. I mean, everything but tattoos. What's the unit's name? The Scorpion Unit. These 5 officers, the department named this unit after a poisonous arachnid. I don't want the Scorpion Unit patrolling my community. I don't. Because you know what happens? You walk around with the ego, or with a Scorpion Unit. What the hell does a scorpion do? Besides kill and destroy things. It's poisonous. It's poisonous. Why would I want to name my unit after a scorpion? You guys, that's not a damn anti-terrorist group, right? I don't know. They're going to hit him with a gang, and they're going to hit him with RICO. That's what I'm thinking. They're not going to have a choice because this is so egregious. They're going to make an example out of them. And I'm going to be honest, you guys, I don't care if Tyre Nichols resisted. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You know? And you hear me say it all the time. We have to comply to survive. That is my quote on this channel. Comply to survive. Meaning don't purposely put yourself in an uncompromising position with the police when you're already wrong. It doesn't make any sense. So comply to survive. You guys, but not complying when you're not armed, you're not physically assaulting, you're not threatening the lives of the officer. It doesn't matter. Your life should not be taken because of that. I say it all the time on this channel. all the time. Dante Wright was a perfect example of that. He resisted arrest. He didn't want to go to jail. He should have never died behind that. He died because of the incompetence of an officer. Right? There's no justification for him losing his life. There's no justification for Tyre Nichols for losing his life at all. At all. If we have a citizen that's resisting arrest, the officer should be skillful enough to subdue an unarmed individual to where it doesn't lead to them suffering death, you guys. You know how many people resisted arrest when I try to arrest them? Like a lot, like all of them, like all the time. No one died behind it. Why? Because I was skilled in the use of hand-to-hand combat, skilled in the use of joint manipulation, right? You guys, I say it all the time, outside of the ego and the racist and the corruptness of officers, outside of the bad side of it, there are officers that are just not trained well to do this job. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. They're not trained well to do this profession, yet they're doing it. That's the problem. You take away all that stuff we don't like. At the end of the day, you still have officers, I don't care how good their heart is, some of them are just not good at the job. Putting bullets backwards in their gun, real story. Officers shooting themselves, chasing after somebody, real story, you guys. These things really happen. There are idiots in the profession. Everybody can't be as good as me, right? And even I messed up. Even I messed up. You guys, we're not perfect. But this is a job where you can't afford not to be good at. Matter of fact, you can't be good in this job. You got to be great. You absolutely have to be great. There's no excuse for being anything less than. Could you imagine if you have a pilot and the pilot's just an okay pilot? No, he's responsible for the lives of hundreds of people every day on a plane. You can't just have a mediocre pilot. You need the best pilot. We need the best officers. And we don't have them. We don't have them. So what do? I always say, listen, guys, don't play Russian roulette with your life when it comes to officers. Don't do it. Don't do it. I was careless. I was careless. And I was good at the job. I was careless and it almost took my life. It cost me my life being careless. You can't afford to make mistakes in this profession. You can't. So this is a job where you have to be damn near perfect every time. Because the day that you're not, you can get killed. That's a fact. That's a fact. So no one is dismissing the danger and the level of difficulty in the job. What we're talking about is the abuse of power. The abuse of power. That's what we're talking about. Some people want to bring up race and things like that. It's hard this time. Why? The chief is black. The supervisor is black. All the officers are black. There's something else going on here. Right? There's something else going on here. We're going to play a clip of the press conference, and they're going to say some things, and I'm going to be like, listen, you know, at the end of the day, you want to say, I hope that this situation brings about change in the criminal justice system. You guys, it's not. Because no one wants to have the real conversation. No one wants to do the real work. I came to YouTube to give insight and provide wisdom and knowledge on what I know. To give you guys to take that and say, hey, here's what it is, you guys. And honestly, I get a lot of pushback from Black people. So, I don't know. Where do we go from here? I want to play this clip of a citizen, a Black citizen, who was speaking on his interactions with the Scorpion unit and how he was treated. You guys, it's no surprise that these things happen. No surprise at all. But I thought this was very important for us to look at. Let me pull this up.
Police officers hadn't been with MPD long, and police haven't told us what units they worked with during their time on the force. But some who know the officers say at least one confirmed he, and we're hearing several, were with the newly created Scorpion Squad that MPD started in 2021 as a solution to fight crime.
Their job is to identify the target area, flood that area with officers, and suppress crime in that area, mostly by visibility. Just being present and having the officers there, it sees an impact on it.
And this audio from Broadcastify of police radio traffic the night of Tyre Nichols' beating specifically mentions calling more Scorpion units to the scene.
You know, the Scorpion car pull over to East Ranger Road, you have one running on foot.
Cornell McKinney says the same Scorpion unit stopped him January 3rd, 4 days before Nichols was pulled over.
I actually read it on the back of their vest. It said MPD Scorpion unit.
It was at this Marathon gas station at Ridgeway in Knight Arnold as he was catching a ride with a friend.
All I heard is freeze, get out the car. Put your MF hands up before I blow your heads off. Both of you, get out the car. So put your hands up. So I put my hands up, and one of the officers proceeded to come to the car, and he physically pulled me out by my shoulder with a gun no more than a foot away from my head.
He says the officers in unmarked cars would never say why they had been stopped. He took this picture of the stop. They eventually asked who the drugs belonged to.
I said, man, I just went across the street to get a pizza, and I'm on my way back to the house. He's like, well, who finna rap for this pound? I said, well, can we call my lawyer? And the officers, he yelled out, well, this ain't court, this ain't a time for lawyer. I was like, man, I just came to get a pizza. So he was like, man, we just playing, it ain't a pound in a car. And he let me walk off.
He showed us his call log when he says he placed 2 phone calls to MPD's internal affairs to complain about the officer's forcefulness, but he says he still hasn't heard back. Then he saw the picture of the 5 officers fired in the Tyre Nichols case.
I was like, that's them. I said, that's crazy, that's them. I said, now they don't really hurt somebody. This could have been prevented if the internal affairs took action like I was asking them to do.
We asked Memphis police about the stop involving Cornell McKinney and are also waiting to hear back. Those who know some of the officers are waiting to see how all of this plays out. Former Shelby County Sheriff's Captain Benny Cobb says he has spoken with one of the fired officers, who he coached.
So what is that gentleman talking about? He's basically saying, listen, they stopped me illegally. Right? This unit stopped me and was harassing me illegally. You guys, that does happen, right? That absolutely happens. And so he's saying, hey, listen, these officers ordered me out the car. He grabbed me, pulled me down, right? Said, hey, what you got, pounds in the car? Blah, blah, blah. I was like, you guys, listen. He then reported it to the police department, and no one reached out to him. Now, I'm going to be quite honest with you. My department, you got reported on, trust me. They were handling it. You know, I think, and I've had this conversation with people before, all police officers are not created equal. All police departments are not created equal, right? You have situations where you have some departments that are corrupt, you guys, and they don't investigate their officers properly. They sweep things under the rug. They don't have a good system of accountability. That is a fact. And then they operate within these communities, and then they go around doing what they're doing, and no one is checking them. No one. Unchecked power. That's the problem with policing. All this power, and no one is checking it. It doesn't work that way. You can't give someone all this power over people, and yet there's no cap. There's no cap over it. Can't do it. And until they put together a system where the people absolutely get to oversee the overseers, you guys, this system will never work when it comes to law enforcement. You can't. It won't work. They mean have to hold themselves accountable. You guys, it doesn't work. Everybody's not benevolent in that way to where I can make a mistake and say, you know what, I'm gonna discipline myself. As a child, we don't let children do it, right? They make a mistake. You don't give them the belt and tell them to go at it. You don't. There are some departments that do a great job of holding their people accountable, and there are some departments that don't do a good job. The department I worked at, a complaint can't make it across the desk without them coming, showing up at your house, making a phone call. Sir, can you explain to me how these officers treated you? What's going on? When you allow that corrupt energy to fester, it breeds comfort. It breeds dishonesty, deception, and it fuels the ego. Absolutely fuels the ego. And next thing you know, you have a wild group of officers thinking that they're above the law, basically. Let's go into the actual press conference. Let's go into the press conference, and then I want to take some questions from you guys as well, so we can really kind of break this down, because I already know tomorrow's going to be crazy.
Today, we know there has been a lot of anticipation surrounding the Tyre Nichols investigation. As you know, on January 7th, there was an encounter between 29-year-old Tyre Nichols and former MPD officers. Immediately upon learning about this, DA Mulroy, Shelby County District Attorney DA Mulroy, enlisted the assistance of the TBI to determine if excessive force had been used. And since then, the DA's office has worked with continue to do so. Today, you will hear from DA Mulroy along with the director of TBI, David Rouse. And so I want to just make it very clear and ask for your understanding that this is still an ongoing investigation. And so for that reason, there are limits to some of the things and some of the questions that we can answer. So we ask for your understanding as it relates to that. And I will turn it over to DA Mulroy. And did I mention that we will take questions after, but we have a really limited amount of time. So thank you.
Thank you, Erica. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for coming. I'm joined today, as Ms. Williams has already said, with the director of the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, David Roush, as well as Assistant Director Josh Melton. I'm also joined by other members of my staff, including Ernest Brooks, Ray Lapone, Gerald Scahan, but then also, most relevant for today, the trial team in the Tyre Nichols case, including Paul Hagerman and Tanisha Johnson. Another member of the trial team, Melanie Headley, is unavailable. We're here today because of a tragedy that wounds one family deeply, but also hurts us all: the death of Tyre Nichols. We understand and acknowledge the grief that the friends and family of Tyre Nichols are experiencing right now, as well as the great concern throughout all of Memphis and Shelby County about this case. We met several times this week with the family of Tyre Nichols. They described an almost perfect son, a cheerful and happy person who enjoyed skateboarding and sunsets over Shelby Farms Park. We're grateful to the family of Tyre Nichols for their patience as we expedited both the investigation and the consideration of charges in this case, as well as the understanding on the part of the family that premature release of the video could compromise both. And we did work quickly to expedite this investigation because of the extraordinary nature of the case. Compared to the average investigation and prosecution decisions in a case like this, we worked swiftly but also fairly, and most importantly, in a way calculated to ensure that we have a strong case. As you might have heard from Ms. Williams, in this case and any other officer-involved fatality case, I immediately called in the TBI so that we could have an independent investigation. I also assigned to the newly created Justice Review Unit within my office which works independently and separately both from law enforcement and the rest of my staff to make a truly objective recommendation about whether criminal charges were appropriate. I want to thank the TBI, the Justice Review Unit, and the trial team for working swiftly but thoroughly under very difficult conditions. Earlier today, the grand jury returned indictments against 5 former Memphis Police Department officers regarding the death of Tyre Nichols. These are the same 5 officers who were previously or recently terminated by the Memphis Police Department. They are currently in custody. They are Tadarrius Bean, Demetrius Haley, Emmitt Martin III, Desmond Mills Jr., and Justin Smith. The grand jury returned indictments against all 5 with the same charges. And we had previously met with the family of Tyre Nichols to go over what these charges were going to be. And that meeting with the family, I think, went rather well. Here are the charges: second-degree murder, aggravated assault, aggravated kidnapping resulting in bodily injury, aggravated kidnapping involving the possession of a weapon, official misconduct through unauthorized exercise of power, official misconduct through failure to act when there is a duty imposed by law, and official oppression. While each of the 5 individuals played a different role in the incident in question, the actions of all of them resulted in the death of Tyre Nichols, and they are all responsible. It's important to note, as Ms. Williams said, that this is still an ongoing investigation, and therefore there are limits on what we can say about this case. We ask for everyone's continued patience as we continue to vigorously seek justice in this case. We also know that the public is very concerned about whether they can see the video about this incident and the timing of the release of this, the video of this incident. I have been in regular contact with the city of Memphis, the custodian of that record, and I can tell you that the city will be releasing the video sometime after 6 p.m. Friday, tomorrow, and that the city of Memphis should be making a statement somewhat later on this afternoon regarding the timing of that release. Let me close by saying, both to the family of Tyre Nichols and to the broader community here in Memphis and Shelby County, we all want the same thing. We want justice for Tyre Nichols. It's my hope that if there is any silver lining to be drawn from this very dark cloud, it's that perhaps this incident can open a broader conversation about the need for police reform. The world is watching us, and we need to show the world what lessons we can learn from this tragedy. I'm hopeful that we can show them who I know us to be, a community working towards positive change here in Memphis and Shelby County.
Let me pause it there real quick, because he said a lot about those charges. And 2 things stood out to me in reference to these charges, you guys. Explain to you how bad this video is going to be. Aggravated kidnapping with a gun. You know what this all is laying out to me. Just if we can speculate for a second, I'm under the impression that the officers did not have a legal justified reason for absolutely stopping and detaining Tyre Nichols. That's the vibe that I'm getting, and I'm explaining to you why I'm leaning more towards that. One, the kidnapping charge. A police officer cannot kidnap a person, right? We just can't. So the fact that they're charged with kidnapping, well, if you're legally doing your job as an officer, there's no way you can be charged with kidnapping, right? That'll never work. How do you get charged with kidnapping? When you're not legally doing your job, when you're not protected under the color of law, is how they would phrase it. So either this was personal against Tyre Nichols, or these are just rogue officers who finally met their day. The other charge that makes me believe that they didn't have a legal reason to do what they did or stop or detain is the offense called official oppression. I have never heard of that before. Never heard of that before. This was added in the Tennessee Penal Code in 2010, if I'm not mistaken, or possibly 1990. Let me see. Anyways, I'm not even worried about that. I'm going to pull the code up because I want to look at this. I want to take a look at this. And before we go into that as well, let's show you, if you guys haven't seen what these officers look like. These are the officers. And Officer Haley, Officer Mills Jr., Officer Martin III, Officer Smith, Officer Bean. These are the officers in question that have been charged. And, you know, like I have to say on any type of topic, innocent until proven guilty, but goddamn, you know, it ain't looking good for these brothers, you know, at all. And the swift action of the department gives me 100% reason to believe that these officers were in the wrong. Let's look at the code, though, for official oppression. I'm really curious as to what this means. Let's look into it together and see what this actually means. So this is Tennessee Penal Code. For those who want to do some additional reading on your own, after the stream, 39-16-403. Official oppression. This is different. A public servant acting under color of office or employment commits an offense. Who? So what this is basically saying is this is for a state official. You are an officer, you're hired by the state, and you are acting under the color of this office. You are charged with this offense of official oppression when you commit the following: intentionally subjects another to mistreatment or to arrest, detention, stop, frisk, halt, search, seizure, disposition, assessment, or lien when the public servant knows the conduct is unlawful. There we go. When the conduct is unlawful, but the public servant knows this. Subsection 2, intentionally denies, impedes another in the exercise or employment of any right, privilege, power, or immunity when the public servant knows the conduct is unlawful. Okay, so what does that mean? What does that mean? You guys, this is such a powerful statute. To be honest, every state should probably have this. Listen, all my activists and color justice warriors will love this charge, official oppression, meaning that you are using your badge, you're using your power, you're using your influence, you're using your title, right? You're using your gun to oppress someone unlawfully. That's not your job. That's not your job. You guys, this is a powerful charge. This is a powerful charge. And shout out to Angelic Lyrical Queen. You know who also needs to be subjected to this as well, which I know it does apply, but prosecutors, judges, right? They all need to fall under this statute as well. I believe that whatever these officers did was illegal. The stop, the detainment, the assault. It's starting to sound like they had no justification. And you know why? They have not told us why they were stopping him. They said what the officer said, but I have a feeling the body camera says something different. This was an illegal stop. And anything that's illegal, you guys, it's over with. There's nothing good that comes from an illegal detainment from an officer. We call it the fruits of a poisonous tree. And guess what else the law and your constitutional right allows you? It allows you to resist an illegal, unlawful arrest. You have the right to absolutely resist an unlawful arrest. Now, I never urge people to do that. I never encourage people to do that. Why? Because it's their word against yours. I want you to live to tell the story another day. Comply to survive. Right? Let's get back into the law, this law of oppression. This is a very, very, very interesting law. Code B, for purpose of this section, a public servant acts under the color of office or employment if the public servant acts or purports to act in an official capacity or takes advantage of the actual or purported capacity. C, an offense under this section is a Class E felony, as it should be. Section D, charges for official oppression may be brought only by indictment, presentment of criminal information, provided that nothing in this section shall deny a person from pursuing other criminal charges by affidavit of complaint. So this is describing how they're going to apply this. But for the most part, what is this about? Intentionally subjects another to mistreatment or to arrest. You guys, this is a powerful charge. Powerful charge. Intentionally subjects another mistreatment to arrest or to arrest, detention, stop, frisk, halt, search, seizure, disposition, assessment, or lien when the public servant knows the conduct is unlawful. You guys, this means, in layman's term, a violation of a person's Fourth Amendment rights. You have the right to be protected against illegal searches and seizures of your person. Of your person. What did they seize? You guys, what did they seize when it comes to Tyre Nichols? What did they seize? This is why the FBI is involved. What they seized? You guys, they seized his life. They seized his life. That's a violation of his Fourth Amendment. They illegally took his life. That's a seizure. That's a seizure. They illegally took this man's life. That is a seizure. That's a violation of his Constitution, you guys. The FBI is involved. The DOJ is going to get involved. They're going to charge them federally, you guys. They're found guilty. They're out of here. They're out of here. They gave Tyre Nichols a soul bond, you guys. He's gone. He can't come back. He can't come back. That's a very, very powerful charge. Official oppression. You know what that means? That means you have a state that acknowledges that police have the power to oppress others. You're in violation of oppressing people. Whew. Wow. Wow. That's powerful, you guys. And the more we acknowledge how powerful officers are, the sooner we can start finding out remedies to mitigate that power. What would it look like? What would it look like if officers had to earn the respect of people before they can invoke that power on them? This is the only profession where people are forced to have to respect you because of your job. You don't have to earn their respect. They have to respect you because of your job, because of your profession. People, officers, are asking to be respected, even if they're not respectable people. I can be a person that's not respectable, but because I wear the uniform, it commands respect. Whether I'm a respectable person or not, that's the problem with this job. That's the problem. I don't have to be a respectable person. to gain compliance from you. That's the problem. The power of unearned respect feeds egos. I don't have to be professional. I'm wearing a uniform. You guys, when I used to put the uniform and walk around, you know what would happen? People would submit. They would submit to me naturally. You guys, that's power. That's power. I walk in the room, people move out the way. People whisper. People pretend to smile. They offer me things. They free things. You're a celebrity. Women throw themselves at you. I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything to earn any of that. He did it because of what I'm wearing. You guys, some people can't handle that. Some people absolutely cannot handle that. And when they get it, they lose it. They lose it. I've watched officers come into the police department, brand new, humble, eager. I give them 3 months, hat turned backwards, sunglasses on their face, their chest is out. Right? Went from yes, sir, no, sir, to hey, what's up, officer? Officer D, what's good? What? You guys, it's a powerful thing. It's a powerful thing. God complex. How dare you put your hands on me? How dare you say that to me? Do you know who I am? You know who I am. How do you check that? How do you fix that? How do you fix a person with an ego problem? You guys, you got to chop them down. You have to put the people that they are serving above them. That's how you fix it. It's very simple, you guys. It's psychology. How am I a servant and I'm standing over you? It doesn't work like that. You can't be above those I'm serving. You have to be beneath them. The people need to be overseeing the power that is against them, on them, oppressing them, supporting them, serving them. The people need to have the final word. That's how you check it. There's no checks and there's no balance. Police police each other. The people have no word, no say so. They won't even a lot of states don't even want to have citizen review boards with subpoena powers. Who's checking the checkers? Right? And now we're shocked that officers lose themselves in the uniform. You guys, this has been going on for decades. Decades. And if you just so happen to drop a racist person in the uniform, you guys, cuckoo cuckoo. Who would have knew? Right? How do you fix it? You put citizens in charge. You put citizens in charge. That would stop a lot of stuff. Who holds them accountable? The people they're serving holds the police accountable. I'm all for it. I can tell what type of officer I'm talking to when they tell me that I don't like these body cameras. I don't like these body cameras. What? There's that deputy and that sheriff in Florida. I don't know, I can't remember his name. This guy is a piece of work. You know, I don't want my guys to have body cameras. We don't need it. We don't blah, blah. What? You do what the citizens are asking you to do. All right. They don't want to put me in charge. I'd have the problem fixed. Vote for me. I'll fix this shit. I have it all fixed. How many military protection?
With that, let me ask Director Roush to step forward.
Thank you, DA Mulder. Good afternoon. I'm David Roush, Director of the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. First and foremost and most importantly, on behalf of the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, I want to extend my deepest condolences to the family and friends of Tyre Nichols. My prayer is that God will wrap his comforting arms around you and keep you during this very difficult time. We can't imagine the pain you're experiencing, but let me reaffirm, we are here to pursue truth and justice, realizing that we should not be here. Simply put, this shouldn't have happened. I've been policing for more than 30 years. I've devoted my life to this profession, and I'm grieved. Frankly, I'm shocked. I'm sickened by what I saw and what we've learned through our extensive and thorough investigation. I've seen the video, and as DA Mulder stated, you will too. In a word, it's absolutely appalling. Let me be clear. What happened here does not at all reflect proper policing. This was wrong. This was criminal. The depth and breadth of the charges announced today speaks to the deliberate and thorough investigation that this case has received. And our work is not finished. We continue to pursue every lead. Justice demands it. And our agency exists so that guilt shall not escape, nor innocence suffer. To that end, I want to publicly thank our agents, our forensic scientists, our support staff, and our entire team around the state. They worked diligently to expedite this case. We've worked as hard as we could and as quickly as we could to provide a thorough, independent, unbiased investigative record to allow DA Mulroy and his team to make the most informed decision they could regarding these charges. I also want to thank the Memphis Police Department and the city leaders for their cooperation in this case, which I want to stress is ongoing at this time. Thank you.
I'll
We'll take a few questions.
DA Mulroy, I was wondering if Shimon took the best for you.
And then, and Whitland, let's make sure that one at a time.
one and then
Yes.
two. Okay.
And you say the investigation's ongoing. Does that include other officers that were alluded to in CJ Davis' address last night, and also could it also involve the other EMTs and personnel from the fire department?
Nothing we do today or did today precludes the addition of any further charges regarding any of the people that you mentioned. We're still actively reviewing everything. Yes.
Sir, thank you. Shimon Rokovich from CNN. We have not heard from the police chief generally give a description of what occurred in the initial stop, any kind of a timeline of what exactly occurred on that day. So I'm hoping perhaps you or the director there can explain to us, just give us as much as possible a timeline of the events. He was stopped. Was this a legal stop? Why was he stopped? And then sort of continue to explain perhaps what happened.
Okay, so let me because you can't really hear too much what he's saying. Let me kind of break down the previous question, you guys. Also, a situation is the after the incident subsided, Tyre was complaining about shortness of breath. The ambulance showed up, and whatever they did or did not do was not acceptable, right? They ended up getting removed from the job pending investigation. So somewhere down the line, 2 EMT workers that responded to the scene also did not do their job properly as they should have done. And they are also being reprimanded and under investigation. I don't know if they've been fired as of yet. So the reporter's asking, hey, what about these 2 EMTs? Were there any other police officers involved? And he's going to say, I can't answer that because it's still under investigation. And so that's where we are with this particular question here. He doesn't really answer much of anything. they are also asking, the reporter is also asking, what was the reason for the stop? He's not going to answer. I don't think there is an answer. I think it's very weird. Shout out to Sochi said was it two firefighters or two EMTs? I'm not sure if they were firefighters or EMTs, but I know that they were pulled aside. And you're saying they were fired. Oh, they've been terminated. Okay, shout out to you guys. Okay, they were terminated. So those two EMTs were terminated. Something happened where they did not do their job. They did something they weren't supposed to do. And then they were dealt with, accountable. So this isn't the first time EMTs have been fired or arrested for negligence. You guys, this looks like it's going to be crazy. It looks like it's going to be crazy. What else did he ask? He's asking, how did we get here? What was the charge? What did the officers do? And okay, so chief with the follow-up. Correction, EMTs relieved of duty pending investigation. All right, okay, so I thought they got fired since then. So they're still being investigated. All right, shout out to you. So where are we at with this? There's a high probability this is an illegal stop. Even if this was a legal stop, this was an illegal beating of a person, right? So again, obviously it being an illegal stop makes it 100 times worse. There's no justification for it. But what it looks like is these officers have gotten very comfortable violating people's rights. You know, and unfortunately, you heard the gentleman in the previous news clip. He's saying, I reached out to the people who were supposed to address this and they didn't address it. You know, so I think, what is a good solution for this problem, you guys? We're going to talk about it. I'm going to get you guys to ask your questions and things like that, because I want to know, one of the things I've added in some of my documents that I've been putting together is that there needs to be a review of departments outside of the department themselves. There needs to be something that only the citizens have control over, to where, one, they can put together divisions and chapters where they review their state and their municipalities in their state, where they can give their own accurate assessment by the community, and then take that information and present that to these cities and local politicians and state officials, and say, listen, this has also been reported, but nothing has gotten. We have to be more vigilant as to how we document these things, and then also how we actually report them. It does not work when you report them to a group of people that are absolutely not going to address the issue. So if you have a department and they are not going to hold themselves accountable, then it then turns, in fact, that the citizens have to rise above that and do the thing themselves and ensure that they remove the people who are not going to do their job properly. That's my assessment. That's my assessment. You know, there's a lot of old power in some of these police departments, old generational power inside these police departments, that you're not going to be able to move a complaint up the chain. It's not going to make it. It's not going to make it. And it's not right. So it's absolutely not right. Let me finish running through this.
Right. I don't want to go into too much detail. And I suspect that all of your answers along those lines will, be forthcoming once you have a chance to view the video for yourself. I know that a lot of this has already been publicly released, but there was an initial traffic stop. We won't comment right now on the presence or absence of legality of the stop, but there was a traffic stop.
Why?
There was an initial.
Why? You're going to release the video tomorrow. Why would you not just tell people whether or not the stop was legal or not? That's bullshit. Was the stop legal or was it not legal? You're going to release the video and tell people tomorrow, after they watch this barbaric beatdown from 5 officers to 1 citizen? And you're not going to tell people? No, tell us. You have a duty to tell us, was this stop legitimate? You guys, No. No. It's one of those things where it's like, hey, did you someone asks you a stupid question and they don't give you an answer, which in fact, them not giving you the answer is the answer that you already know then. Hey, were you the one who threw the rock at the window? Huh? What? Throw the rock? What? Oh, I can't answer that. Okay, well then shit, obviously you did it. Obviously you did it. Hey, was this stop a legitimate stop? Well, we can't confirm or deny whether or not it was legitimate or not legitimate. What? Then what the hell are y'all doing? How do you not answer that? That's not going to interfere with the investigation. It's not. That's why reading about this incident was so confusing to me, because they didn't give anything. They didn't say anything. And check this out, you guys. This incident happened January what? This happened January what? 7th? This happened January 7th. You mean to tell me that you guys don't know whether or not the stop was a legitimate stop? This is at the top of the year. This is bullshit. And again, this is what people don't like. Who do you work for? You work for the people. Tell the people whether or not the servants of the community, were doing a legal or an illegal stop. You know what they're going to have to do after this? They got to review every single case that these officers, this unit was a part of, and they got to go through a fine-tooth comb. They're going to be people coming out the woodwork. Oh, he said I had this rock on me, but it wasn't mine. Hey, guess what? We're gonna drop these charges out of good faith. You got to. Now you're gonna question everything that they did has to be taken into question now. Everything. So you're gonna have to drop everything, because everything becomes questionable.
Altercation involving several officers and Mr. Nichols. Pepper spray was deployed. The suspect, not the suspect, Mr. Nichols, fled on foot. There was another altercation at a nearby location at which the serious injuries were experienced by Mr. Nichols. After some period of time of waiting around afterwards, he was taken away by an ambulance.
All right. So what did he say? And this is, they're explaining to you what happened in plain day. He's saying that the officers tried to pull over the car. They don't know why they tried to pull the car over, which makes me believe this was probably personal. They tried to pull the car over. They had no legal reason to do so. Tyre gets out, he runs. The officers chase him. They catch him. But what did he just say? He said they took him somewhere else, and then that's where the serious injuries happened. You guys, that's kidnapping. They illegally stopped him. They detained him. They escorted him to another location, and then they assaulted him. That's kidnapping, aggravated kidnapping with a weapon. Why is it with a weapon? Because officers have guns. This is the oppression charge they're adding on now. You've oppressed this man. You've seized him illegally. You violated his Fourth Amendment rights, and then he died 3 days later. Now you're charged with murder. You guys, they're going to hit them with the gang law. They're going to hit them with a RICO. I have a feeling they're going to hit them with RICO. The feds are going to RICO them. Or with the gang. They moved him against his will from one place to another. I guarantee you that's what happened. And he explains it right here. The way he explained it is this is where the kidnapping charge came from.
In the initial stop, any kind of a timeline of what exactly occurred on that day. So I'm hoping perhaps you or the director there can explain to us, just give us as much as possible a timeline of the events. He was stopped. Was this a legal stop? Why was he stopped? And then sort of continue to explain perhaps what happened in the moments after that, as much as possible.
Right. I don't want to go into too much detail, and I suspect that all of your answers along those lines will, be forthcoming once you have a chance to view the video for yourself. I know that a lot of this has already been publicly released, but there was an initial traffic stop. We won't comment right now on the presence or absence of legality of the stop, but there was a traffic stop, and there was an initial altercation involving several officers and Mr. Nichols. Pepper spray was deployed. The suspect, not the suspect, Mr. Nichols, fled on foot. There was another altercation.
So they caught him. They sprayed him. They got him, and somehow he broke free. Or they let him go. We don't know. We'll know tomorrow. But somehow he escaped, right? He got away. Or they took him somewhere. They took him somewhere. If he got away, I don't know.
At a nearby location at which the serious injuries were experienced by Mr. Nichols. After serious, there was another Mr. Nichols. Pepper spray was deployed. The suspect, or not the suspect, Mr. Nichols, fled on foot. There was another altercation at a nearby location at which the serious injuries were experienced by Mr. Nichols. After some period of time of waiting around afterwards, he was taken away by an ambulance. Beyond that, I don't really think we should go into any further details.
So there was a delay in a call. The police delayed calling an ambulance for.
There was an elapsed period of time, but I believe that if you watch the video, you'll be able to make that judgment for yourself. Erica, do you want to? I'm trying to give everyone a chance.
Is there a reason the police chief
At
is
least
not there?
Preston, CBS News.
Mm-hmm.
Is it known if Tyre Nichols had previously known these former officers?
We have no information to disclose about that at this time. I don't know why Chief Davis isn't here. Anything else?
Can you explain, is it just body camera videos, is it dash cam videos, surveillance, what kind of videos?
Well, the actual release will be up to the city of Memphis. My understanding is that it'll be a combination of pole cam video, skycop video, and body cam video.
We'll take just one more question. One more question.
That there will be a review of specialized units within the Memphis Police Department. Two questions. First, were these officers a member of the organized crime unit? And second, will your office be involved in that investigation?
Well, so I've read in the newspaper that Chief Davis has announced a review of those specialized units. I think that's a good idea. I commend Chief Davis for doing that. I think Chief Davis is committed to, trying to do whatever she can to learn lessons from this incident. I don't contemplate that our office would be involved in that review. I think that's...
Were they members of the organized crime unit?
Scorpion.
So I think it's already been reported publicly that the Scorpion unit was involved.
Thank you.
Is that it? That's it. Okay. I'm being told that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you please tell us what led to those aggravated kidnapping charges?
To explain it?
Yes, sir.
All right. I don't mind doing that. I mean, explaining the law is, I don't think, at all.
He's going to explain aggravated kidnapping.
Yeah. So, all right. So, kidnapping is any unlawful confinement of another, which substantially restrains someone's liberty. At a certain point in the sequence of events, it is our view that this, if it was a legal detention to begin with, it certainly became illegal at a certain point, and it was an unlawful detention. The aggravated nature of the charge is because if that kidnapping resulted in bodily injury, that's one grounds for saying that it is aggravated kidnapping. If the persons involved in that unlawful restraint of liberty possessed weapons, that is another ground for saying that the kidnapping was aggravated. Do you want me to explain the other charges as well? Or? Okay. All right. Official misconduct is when any public official acting part of their official duties intentionally or knowingly acts in a way, exercises authority that is unauthorized by law. Right? So that's an affirmative statement, an affirmative act of official misconduct. At the same time, law enforcement officials who are on duty are also under an affirmative duty to prevent official misconduct and to accurately report information to any medical personnel that show up. And through inaction, when there is a duty imposed by law, that could also be a separate ground for charging official misconduct. Official oppression is a related statute. It's not exactly the same. There is some overlap, but it's not perfect overlap. But it is basically some sort of, by an official, knowing mistreatment in the course of carrying out their official duties. Aggravated assault, I think, is fairly obvious. And under the laws of Tennessee, second-degree murder is a knowing killing.
All right. Thank you.
A knowing killing. Let's look up real quick kidnapping and false imprisonment with the Tennessee Code, because I want to kind of get a better understanding, because I may have misspoke. They may not have moved them. It looks like this particular charge is strictly, this is kidnapping and false imprisonment. The code section is 39-13-304, aggravated kidnapping. This is the Tennessee Code. And it's linked with false imprisonment. Aggravated kidnapping is false imprisonment. So correction, they may have never moved him at all without his permission. Looks like they prevented him from leaving, which means they had no legal reason to detain him in the first place. So to facilitate the commission of any felony or flight thereafter, to interfere with the performance of any government or political function with the intent to inflict serious bodily injury or to terrorize the victim or another, where the victim suffers bodily injury, while the defendant is in possession of a deadly weapon or threatens the use of a deadly weapon. So what is it? So basically, what may have happened, or what they're saying, is that he was threatened. Tyre was threatened. He was falsely imprisoned. He was restricted of moving and leaving on his own. And that threat was facilitated because the officers had a weapon. They had a weapon and may have, while holding that weapon, threatened him with that weapon. And so this is why this charge is being made. So this is straight from the Tennessee Code. I think it's very interesting. I think we're in for very, very disturbing, barbaric video. And we're going to brace ourselves. I'm going to take questions. I'm going to take questions. And if you come up, if you guys want to come up, I want you to make your point. I'm going to respond and we'll keep it moving. If anybody wants to come up, if you have any questions in the chat about this incident, you have any questions you want me to answer, anything that you're curious about, this is the time to ask the question. There's no question off table. It could be in reference to this, in reference to policing in general, how to fix, what to do. If you want to get my perspective on it, this is the time to ask. Let me bring, Dre said he want to, let me bring Dre up real quick. Dre, you ready? All right. While you guys are putting your questions together, Dre, what's good? What's good?
What's good, Playboy? What's good?
All right.
Yeah, there's been a lot of tomfoolery going on in the chat, and so I guess we got some new folks in here that really don't understand how this channel works.
Bless their heart.
Yeah, bless their heart. So let me educate some of the ignorance up in here. This channel is facts over feelings. If you want the truth, get out your feelings and listen with an opening ear. We don't protect bad officers on this channel.
Nope.
Remember that. Actually, my office prosecutes officers. All right.
Yep.
So what I was coming up here was to educate you on the process of what's going on. Because what I find kind of funny is when it's white officers, there's an uproar, everybody's in their feelings. But we don't keep that same energy when it's black officers that mess up. All right. Let's keep that same energy. Because my department does, my office does. But let me give you the process of what's going on, because it seemed like that we make blanket statements. Yes, blanket statements. You can't lump these officers' wrongdoings with everything that goes on, because if that's the case, every single person in this chat is a criminal. That's a blanket statement. It's based out of ignorance and it's in your feelings. We don't have emotional arguments on this channel. So let me just say that for one. Number two, the reason why the TBI is saying what they're saying is because, one, they don't want any premature activities, right? Now, they're playing word games and not putting out a lot of information in the public because there's a thing called shock the conscience, okay? You could do a lot of damage to a case of prosecuting these officers by putting out too much information. And whatever you say on live TV can come back and ruin your case, and you get a mistrial when it comes to prosecuting these officers for their wrongdoings. So, unfortunately, you have to wait till the video comes out. Then you can hold them to their words. Can't do it till the video comes out. All right. Now, here's the thing. Nathan and I know some officers that got prosecuted for wrongdoings, and I'm very familiar with the process. All right. What you have to understand is, like, you may not even have had all 5 officers lay hands on the gentleman. But the fact of the matter is, one of the charges is failure to render aid, which means or regular act, which means that you stood by and let these officers commit these atrocities on this young man without helping. And the reason why they may get the RICO charge is because they acted in unison as a organization. They may not represent, when they was acting what they was doing, they wasn't acting as officers of the Memphis Police Department. They was acting as their own militia, treating the Scorpion unit as their own little thing to do what they want. Here in Atlanta, Atlanta had the Red Dogs. My department had the Black Cats. Okay. Yep. Somebody asked about were they new officers? No, you can't be a new officer in a specialized unit. You have to prove that you can actually make legitimate cases. And one of the things that Nathan said in some of the questions in the chat in reference to their cases, what happens is our ACU, which is the anti-corruption unit, pulls every single police report, every single arrest, every single prosecution that all 5 officers been involved in, all cases that the Scorpion unit has made, and it goes through with a fine-tooth comb. If there's any inaccuracies, these cases are brought back up, and the cases get dismissed. All the charges get rescinded, and folks go scot-free. What that does is add to the further lawsuit that's coming to the city of Memphis because they employed these rogue officers that did what they did, which pretty much puts a bullseye on every single officer who actually does the right thing on their back, because they have to tote the burden of these officers acting on their own. Yep. Whether it's white, black, Hispanic, it doesn't matter. They have to hold them responsible, because who knows? They may have known that they was rogue. Who knows? Some of these officers on Memphis Police Department was trying to get on the Scorpion unit because they liked what they did. Don't know. Every organization, whether it's corporate America, school systems, medical systems, police departments, are infiltrated by wrongdoers. Folks that are in it for the wrong reasons. And unless they are properly vetted, properly trained, you're not going to be able to get them out till they do something. And that's unfortunate. Folks shouldn't have to die for you to be able to snatch these pieces of shit out of the department or out of the organization.
Right.
But the fact of the matter is, we in our feelings. And you think that we're not in our feelings. You think as black officers or black men in law enforcement that we're not tired of seeing our own get hurt by our own. And we have to ask questions. We have to answer questions, and we have questions of our own that we have to ask. And they're not getting answered. So we go out there and find the information and present it to you. So what you have to understand, so if you're going to be a member of this channel, you got to understand that ain't nobody here going to sit down there and sugarcoat shit, cover up anything. We're going to give you the truth. Unbiased truth. But if you're in your feelings, then unfortunately, there's nothing we're going to say that's going to sway you or educate you. You're just going to live in your ignorance, you're going to be comfortable in your ignorance, and you're never going to move further than where you are right now. So if you want to learn, listen. If you want to sit down and be ignorant, leave. Because there's other folks in here that don't need to be privy to your bullshit. There's folks that actually want to know what's going on and how to remain safe as they walk these streets, whether it's from the police, whether it's their next door neighbor. This is where they come to get that information. Thank you very much.
Hey, I appreciate it, brother. Absolutely.
I'll step down unless you need me.
All right, I'll bring you down for a sec.
All right.
You know, pin the link, he said. Pin the link to the top. Oh yeah, I forgot I can do that. Pin. All right. I pinned the link to the top. Thank you for reminding me. I didn't even know. I forgot you could do that. I want to give you guys an opportunity. If you have a question, if you want to come up. This is a unique situation because I know we're probably not going to be debating per se. Normally, my policy is that if you come up and want to come up on the channel, that you have to be cammed up. And that's for a lot of reasons, because people come up, you know, we have trolls and things like that. And I feel if you're comfortable with wanting to speak and discuss things, that you'll be comfortable bringing your face to the party. So because it's a very unique topic, I'm going to prioritize those who have their camera on. Chris, I see you. I'm about to bring you up first. Give me 1 second. Let me clean all this up in the back. Cam up. Chris over here with the shirt off. What's going on, Chris? How you doing? Chris, you there?
Hi, sir.
Hey, how you doing?
Very good. How you doing?
Good. What's your thoughts on this? You got any thoughts in reference to this?
Yeah, man. I think I got a lag going on here or something.
Okay. All right. We'll take our time. Oh, that's a big lag. Chris, I'm gonna drop you down. See if you can fix the internet connection and come back up.
All right. Hey, here's the deal, man.
Okay.
It's not these 5 cops. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Good. And our problem is not these 5 cops. Oh yeah. He's gonna have to catch up. Hey, our problem is not these 5 cops, these 5 black cops this time. Our problem is, all right.
We're gonna wait for his internet to get back. I think he's having some connection issues. Kind of had me nervous coming with the shirt on. Bless his heart. Chris coming back. I see you, Leon. Give me 1 second. I see you, Chris. Chris, hi. Can you hear me okay? Put 2 fingers up if the connection's coming in good. Chris struggle streaming. Chris, can you hear me okay?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. How you doing, sir?
All right, I've got rid of that echo. Hey, man, our problem is not these 5 black cops this time.
Mm.
Hey, man.
Hold on. Are you having an echo? That means you have YouTube up in the background. You're gonna have to close YouTube in the background. That's why you're getting the echo.
Oh. How about now? Is that better?
Yeah, you sound good to me.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
No, you good,
Hey,
brother.
our problem is not these 5 black cops this time. They got caught this time.
Mm-hmm.
Our problem is we have cops that are so entrenched in their power and their authority that they are the absolute problem in this country. And the most horrible people in this country are the cops. And it's absolutely time for war. It is time for us to take this country back. We had our founding fathers, and we had many, many millions of men that died and went to war and fought for our rights and fought to stand up for our liberties and for justice in this country. And it is all going away now. And what we have are people that are wanting to fit in so bad that they follow and love and lick the boots of these tyrants who are against our rights and against our liberties. And it is time for the people of America to stand up and take our country back. We cannot have this jackboot cop versus Americans anymore. It's got to be war. It's got to be war until there is no more authority. It's all there is. It's the only way. I understand there's white cops, there's black cops, there's blue, there's Mexican. I understand. I come from Mojave County in Kingman, Arizona, where there are absolute criminal, murderous cops. And every day I have to carry a gun in the front of my pants and a gun in the back of my pants. And I have to be ready to kill a cop all day long just to survive. I come from a bad place. So also, one more thing, and then I'll stop. You see, the last thing, and it's very important, is I do not praise cops. And I get the treatment that black men get in Atlanta, Georgia, and all over the South and all over the country. I get treated the same way with gang stalking and being targeted and everything that those black guys get. I understand it because I get the same treatment as a white man. So let me go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. So let me ask you this, and I think there's truth that we need to make some changes. Now, obviously, I would not condone or say that we need to kill cops. That's not the answer, right?
Of course,
there's
it's
no
not
way.
popular.
Well, but so you saying that you want to live in a society where there's no law enforcement? Is that what you're suggesting?
No, but we got to get rid of the mentality that's out there right now.
I can agree with that. I can agree with that. So do you believe that there needs to be a different type of oversight?
Man, to me, I believe that I believe Jesus is my oversight, and I don't go out and rob. I don't break into people's cars. I don't steal things from people. I don't assault people. I don't do anything to another person. I don't make a victim out of anybody.
So have you ever been arrested before?
Yeah, man. Hell yeah. I've been arrested.
What's the last time you've been arrested and what for, if you don't mind sharing?
I got accused of running from a cop for 300 feet.
Okay.
And it was a felony charge. And I spent $230,000 on attorneys, and they dropped me right before Thursday before trial on Monday, and a public defender stepped in and I got convicted.
Damn.
Yeah, it's bad, dude. It's real bad. And I have no respect for cops. And I have another $1 million that I'm going to throw at this, and I'm going to get my justice, or I'm going to let Jesus handle it, one way or the other.
Listen, I'm all for letting Jesus do it. Listen, let me ask you.
That's right.
So you're a Christian?
Absolutely.
Are you a sovereign citizen?
I don't consider myself that. I am an independent man who is not a criminal, who has never hurt anybody.
Okay.
And I believe in standing up for myself and my rights and for my neighbors, and I don't need a cop. There's no reason in the world why I need a cop. None.
I think it'd be a beautiful thing if we lived in a world where citizens were able to self-govern, right? And there were no need for cops. I think that's a beautiful thing. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think it's an awesome thing if we have communities that were able to be self-sufficient when it comes to law and enforcing law on one another. And you absolutely don't need law enforcement. But unfortunately, that's not the reality, though, right? People
Well,
there's criminals in society, and people do harm other people. So
well,
it's not that.
keep in mind that I live in Arizona, you know, so I'm armed. I don't need a cop, dude.
Okay.
I don't have, I'll tell you the truth.
But what do people
I'm
do?
right
What
here.
do people do who can't protect themselves? Unlike
Then they
yourself.
have, then they have their neighbors. That's how I believe it should be. I'll
Okay.
tell you what, somebody breaks into my neighbor's house or assaults my neighbor out there on the road, that person's going to deal with me.
Okay.
I'm not calling the cop. I live 40 miles up in the mountains, man. I really don't have any need for cops.
Well,
I have illegals. I have illegals that cross the southern border down here, and I find them up here in the mountains.
Yeah.
I don't call the cops. I pull up to them and I say, "Hey, man, how'd you get in here?" "Oh, on that road right there." We'll turn around on that road and get right back out of here.
So
I don't call the cops. Get out of here.
So you're playing border patrol in Arizona?
No, I take care of my area. I take care of my neighborhood, and I don't. It would take probably an hour for a cop to show up here if he came straight here right when I called.
One would argue, though, that this is supposed to be the land of the free. You're kicking people out?
That's right. That's right. Yeah. And so we don't put up with illegals coming up here and stealing our boats and shit when we're not looking, whatever. We don't do that.
Let me ask you, well, I would say one thing we disagree on is I don't believe we should be killing cops. I think that's not acceptable. That's not something I'm agree with. But what I will say is we do need to have an adjustment. We do need to change the mentality, which I do agree with you on. I think the mentality is a thing that needs to be adjusted. I do believe
Agreed.
Do you believe that there are good officers, though there are bad officers?
Damn, I always have, man. But right now, at my point, at 43 years old, at my point in life, I think if there are good officers, then how are there bad officers? Because if there's good officers, then the bad officers should be taken care of internally right away.
I think we need to do better. I think we need to do a better job at it. Can we agree on that?
Hey, and one more thing, it's so important. And I'm sorry. I love to be on your show, and I hope everybody understands what I'm saying right here. But there's case law. It's called Warren versus District of Columbia, and I would love for you to write that down. I'd love for you to check it out and even do a show on it. But Warren versus District of Columbia states that the police no longer owe us citizens any level of service or protection.
Protection, yes, that's true. I didn't know that was the actual thing, but yeah, that's true. Police are not obligated to protect you and keep you safe.
And so if they're not there to serve and protect, then they're there to harass and collect. You know what I mean?
I can agree with that.
I'm not just talking from a blind point, a one-sided point of view, man. Look, I'll tell you the truth, man. I was involved in the Las Vegas shooting, and I saw what really happened, man. I was at the Kingman Airport here, and I saw 40 of my neighbors that I grew up with loading up on a Homeland Security bus, and they drove straight up to Vegas, and they unloaded at the Route 91, and they were the crisis actors. And I watched it with my own eyes. So I had the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department and the Henderson Fire Department and the North Las Vegas Fire Department, all of them absolutely lying to me and telling me that there's this mass shooting that never happened. It's all garbage. It's propaganda.
Well, it's not getting too far off down the rabbit hole, but it's not uncommon that the CIA has actually conducted psyops on their own people, right? Can we agree on that?
Absolutely, yes. Smith-Mundt Modernization Act. Have you heard of that one?
No, man. Listen, let me look all this stuff. What is it? What is it called again?
The Smith-Mundt, M-U-N-D-T. Smith-Mundt Modernization Act of 2012. It allows our police to use propaganda on us, to lie to us, to tell us that there's a shooting in Uvalde when the schools closed or in Sandy Hook. It allows the police to lie to us to further their agenda.
So black people have been saying this stuff for decades, though, right? Haven't you? Let me ask you this. Because I don't want to get too far off topic. Are you originally from Arizona? Is your family?
Yeah. Well,
you were born in Arizona?
I was born in Southern California, and third grade, I got moved over to Arizona. My parents weren't going to raise me over there no more.
Got it. How is you're 43 years old. Can you trace your lineage back?
Oh,
How
yeah.
far can you trace your lineage back to?
All the way to Abraham Lincoln or Teddy Gentry from Alabama. I mean, my mom and dad are still together, and they're 66 years, you know, so my family's very, very tight.
That's what's up. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have any?
When I was a kid, I played with guns. I played with dynamite. I knew Tim McVeigh. I had craziest, wildest childhood, man. When the Alphamura Federal Building blew up, the FBI was beating on my dad's door.
Your dad was responsible?
So no, but we're from Kingman, Tim McVeigh, and the whole thing was just narrowed right back down, and they wanted to come ask questions. You know, why was your son hanging out with this guy? I was a little boy.
So let me ask you this: what is your thought? What is your thoughts on the relationship and the dynamic between white Americans and Black Americans? What are your thoughts just on that, out of curiosity?
Okay. On both ends of Mojave County, as I was growing up, there was a sign on both sides of Mojave County, or both sides of King, and it said, "Don't let the sun set on your black ass" in Kingman, Arizona. And that sign was up from like the early 30s to about the middle 80s, and or middle 90s, I mean. But when I turned 18 years old, I became an over-the-road truck driver, and I really left Kingman. And I've been on the road. I've been walking through the Loves in Gary, Indiana at 3 o'clock in the morning. I've been every single town and truck stop in the middle of the night in this country. I've never in my life had a problem with any black man. I'm like the most non-racist man on the earth. But I wasn't raised that way. I was raised as, you know, total racism. But as soon as I got out of town, I was, it wasn't like that, you know. So I've got black friends that live in Atlanta. I've got black friends really all over the country, you know. And I've never ever I've had more problems with. I was in jail for 6 months, and for that. Running from the cops charge I told you about.
Okay.
And when I got out, I thought, man, the white guys are the dirtbags in here. The black guys, the Mexicans, I was sharing my cupcakes with them, and it was awesome. But the white guys were the.
Hold on, what cupcake you sharing, Chris? What cupcake you sharing with them, Chris?
Oh, come on now. Hey, man, my name is Crisis Cast.
Crisis. I don't know why I called you Chris. Crisis Cast. I'm sorry.
Right, like crisis actors. I got that from after the Las Vegas shooting.
Okay.
All right. So I got a point to what I'm doing here. Man, I'm trying to show everybody that we do have a serious problem with cops in this country.
It's true.
And until we can get past the authority, you know, hey man, September 11th, 2001, supposedly we had the Twin Towers hit by terrorists. Supposedly, we don't know.
Right.
You know, they fell down, but were they charged with bombs? We don't know.
Well,
but we do know that.
Yeah.
September 12th, 2001, when we woke up, we were introduced to the Patriot Act.
Yes. Yep. Right on time. Very timely.
And that's not something that we voted on. It's not something that we agreed to. That's just what we got. So there was an agenda.
They use fear and propaganda to push, to infringe on our rights of privacy, and we fell.
Absolutely, man.
We gave it to them. I mean, it's genius though. I mean,
right. Oh yes, it happened.
genius.
It's happened all throughout history. You
Yes,
know.
it has. Yes, it has. So let me ask you this, and I got just two questions I want to bring up. We have more people in the
Okay.
back. I'm really enjoying the conversation, but I don't want to get way too far off. But I would love for you to always come back. When I have other discussions, to give your insight. I think you it's a great opportunity when I get very diverse people to come up on the channel. We get a chance to have conversations that normally people are uncomfortable with having. So first and foremost, let me just say I thank you for coming up.
Thank you very much. I told you the other day, man, I really appreciate your opinions and your take on things. And I do. I like that you're very open about, you'll go either way and you'll tell the truth. I like that a lot.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. Do you believe, and I say this all the time on my channel, that this isn't, granted, you are well aware that African Americans had a very tragic history here in this country through slavery, through oppression over the years, and they've had a very negative relationship with police. That's very different than the relationship that white people have with law enforcement. So there's a different experience, right? But I always tell people that though we have a problem with police, it's not just a white problem or a black problem, it's an American problem. And I think one of the things that you said reminded me of that again. If you could provide a solution outside of trying to harm the police, is there anything that people can do together, black, white, Asian, Hispanic, mainly black folks and white folks, coming together to rectify this situation peacefully? What solutions would you provide? If you had 3 solutions you could add without hurting anybody, what would you think would be good to add to get black and white people together to fix this problem with police?
I could pretty much answer that with one solution.
All right.
And that would be take all immunity away from cops.
Okay.
And that's all it would take. That's all it would take in this country, is to take immunity away from cops and have them stand accountable for every action they make. And if we want to go further, we could disarm the police, give them notepads and little pencils like you get in jail, and let them go around and make their reports. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Little rubber pens, you know how you get in jail? Yeah. So we could take away immunity.
Okay.
We could give them little papers and little pencils and little sticks to walk around with.
Okay.
Or I hate to say abolish them, because like I told you, I was in jail and I know that there's people there that deserve to be there, and that we have to have cops for those bad people.
Yes.
All right. So it's hard for me to say get rid of all cops.
But we definitely need to reform. Yeah.
It's easier for me to say hold all the cops accountable. It's just the best way I could say it.
Listen, Crisis Cast, I appreciate you, brother. Listen, I want you to come back. Anytime you see me up here, by all means, come back. And I'm going to look over some of that stuff. I do remember the Warren versus District of Columbia. I didn't know that was a court case name for it. But I would love to have a conversation with you on some conspiracy stuff. I think that'll be a really great conversation. It'll give you an opportunity to share some of your perspective on these issues too.
Do you have my name still, or I erased it off your message the other day? But do you have it still?
No. Hit me up on Instagram. You have Instagram as well?
No, I left you a message on your YouTube message. But anyways,
under which video?
I erased my name off of there, but I was just telling you I appreciate you and stuff. But anyways, my name is James Washington Green III.
Okay.
And you can have one of your cop buddies look me up or whatever, man. But I've had a when a cop pulls me over, a big red bar comes across his computer screen. It says order of protection, protected by the FBI.
Sweet.
So you'll see him. I'm not bullshitting you, dude. I've had war with cops for a very, very long time. And it's just because I'm not gonna be a supporter as long as I don't like the way they're behaving,
I don't blame you, brother. Listen, why do you think you made that alive after you've been warring with the cops? Do you believe that police, white officers, are a lot more lenient with you because you're white?
No, I believe that, honestly, man, I believe that I believe Jesus protects me 100%.
Okay, I like that.
I think that if those cops, if it was up to those cops, I'd be dead a long time ago.
Powerful, powerful. Listen, James, listen, I appreciate you, man. Please send me a put a message back on there, and let's stay in touch. And let's if you got some topics you want to do, we can tackle together. I would love to get your insight on some of these
Right
issues.
on. And I don't. I just hope that all the people in chat understand that I'm not just talking shit. I come from a lot of feelings and what I'm saying and even knowledge, and I know what I'm talking about, and it's disgusting to me. And I don't hate anybody, you know. I don't want to even hate cops. I just want them to behave, and I want respect, and I just want change, really. So when I'm talking shit in the chat, just put up with me, because I have a lot of feelings behind it. It's not just some 18-year-old kid talking shit, you know.
You're not, and the truth of the matter is, you're at the right place, and you're not the only one. And we accept all voices on this channel.
Right on.
And I
appreciate that.
I respect how you feel. We're not an advocate for violence. You're not the only one. I got others in my chat that want to do harm to the police, and I have to tell them that's not what we're here for.
I know.
We want a peaceful solution. Because
I'd rather not have to do any violence, man. Have you ever heard someday good men are going to have to do really bad things to bad people? have you seen that before?
Yes. Yep.
All right. See, I don't want that either. I would just want accountability. I believe that if we had accountability for all cops, that things would change drastically.
I agree 100% with that. I agree 100%. Listen, James, before you head out, I got one question for you.
Okay.
Is Jesus black or white?
Jesus, I can't say, man.
All right. They said hair of wool though, and skin of bronze.
I don't worship an image like that. I worship my Lord and Savior, you know.
I respect it 100%. I respect it 100%.
Awesome, buddy.
Listen, you're welcome.
Thank you for having me on. Have a good night.
You too, man. You too. Be safe.
All right, bye.
All right.
Bye.
Jesus on the main line. Jesus on the main line. Ooh. All right. Shout out to James. That was a great conversation. As the act said, Jesus ain't a cop. Well, he was policing some folks, right? Jesus is known to flip some tables. All right. Shout out to the New Testament. Great conversation. Leon, let me bring you up, brother. I'm bring you up. How you doing, sir? How you doing?
All right. I always had a question. I got two questions.
Yes, sir.
One question.
I saw you cracking them out. Try to hold it.
I'll do. Well, okay. The first question was, and I know you probably had answered this question, or this, you know, to try to describe to your best ability many times. But do police officers know when a person suffers from anxiety during the arrest?
No, sometimes they don't. Nope. And that's actually a very good point that you made.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, there's a case called shit. I'm about to ask Dre. Garner, Supreme Court case. Garner.
Okay.
Damn, Dre. Dre's on it. Dre, you got it. You know what I'm talking about. Oh my God, I'm sorry, I can't. I'm having a brain. It's a Supreme Court case, and this is very perfect that you're asking. I forgot the name of the state, but it's versus Garner, because Connor is in reference to Connor being shot in the back.
Okay.
Which one is the one? Garner. Let me tell you the story of what happened. So Garner's going to the gas station. He's trying to get some orange juice, because he's having a diabetic episode, right? He's going through like a diabetic shot. So he's trying to get some juice to kind of get his biological faculties together, right? So there's an officer parked at the gas station and sees him running real quick and run out. Tennessee versus Garner. Thank you, Dre. Thank you. This is the Supreme Court case. Tennessee versus Garner. And is it Tennessee versus Garner? Is this the one? And so what ended up happening was he leaves the gas station quickly. The officer thinks that he may have did something suspicious in the gas station. So then the officer starts to pursue him as he drives away because he's like, okay, looked like he might have been maybe shoplifting or robbing the store. He thought it was suspicious. He pulls him over, but what ends up happening is Garner he gets out, he starts having he goes into like diabetic shock. Well, the officer he's not recognizing that, and he starts to go to detain him. Well, when you're dealing with someone who's going through a diabetic shock, they lose a lot of control of their body movements, almost like they're having a seizure. And so the officer, thinking he's resisting, so he's then applying more force to try to get him in custody, but he's actually going through a medical crisis, right? And so ultimately he ends up injuring him really bad, right? And so then this goes to the whole Supreme Court, and they say, hey, listen, the force that you used was not reasonable. This was not reasonable force. This person wasn't resisting. He was going through, Andre said wrong case. I know, I forgot which one it was. Let me see if I can pull it real quick. Well, Dre will pull it up. Tennessee versus Garner is the kid who was burglarizing a home. He tried to climb a fence to run away from the police, and the officer shot him in the back of the head. And in that particular case with Tennessee versus Garner, that case stated that you are not allowed to shoot a fleeing felon, right? And so that's Tennessee versus Garner. But Dre will find out the other one. This one is about use of force. I want to say it's Connor, Dre. I want to say the name is Connor, and I always confuse those two cases, Connor and Garner, because they always kind of have the same. But anyways, to your point, brother, what ended up happening was the Supreme Court ruled that an officer's force has to be objectively reasonable, meaning that if someone's resisting, there's only so much level of force you can apply to get compliance over that person. And if you overdo it, that's considered excessive force. And so you're going to hear that. You're going to hear this case come up a lot when it comes to this particular situation, because they're going to say, hold on, was he resisting arrest? Was Tyree resisting arrest? Okay, and then what level of resistance was necessary to subdue him? Obviously not kicking him in the face, right? Obviously not breaking his neck. So they're going to say, hold on, the force that you guys used was absolutely excessive. And so to your point, I have seen officers physically rough people up who are going through a mental episode, going through a seizure. And I've dealt with a woman who had a panic attack while I was trying to arrest her because she was like, oh my God, I don't want to go to jail. And she wasn't fighting me. She was Graham versus Connor. Shout out. Oh, okay. Is it Graham versus Connor? So yeah, Connor. So what ends up happening is she didn't want to go to jail. She didn't want to put her hands behind her back. I knew that in the moment. She wasn't trying to hurt me. She wasn't trying to fight me. She just didn't want to go to jail. She's like, hold on, officer, please, officer, please. And so I was patient with her because I know the difference between someone, she had a warrant for her arrest for a speeding ticket out of another county. So when I pulled her over because she had an expired tag, I then found the warrant for her arrest. And so we ended up working it out, though. I'm gonna tell you what we did, but I had to handcuff her. She didn't want to be handcuffed, but she wasn't a threat to me either. So I didn't have to throw her down and do all that. I was talking to her, trying to calm her down. Listen, blah, 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 blah. You get what I'm saying? And so we ultimately ended up getting her handcuffs, and she had kids in the car. So what I do, I called the county that had the warrant for her, and they said it was okay for her to pay over the phone. And I was able to let her go without taking her to jail, right? So this is what happens when you have equal representation in the community who doesn't mind speaking on behalf, right? But to your point, brother, that's a great point. And correction.
And the reason I asked it because, you know, since I done got older, and I know now that a lot of people suffer from anxiety. Even the people that suffer from anxiety, they don't even know the acknowledgement that they're suffering from. So, so the reason I'm asking it because I feel that the police officers or the law enforcement, they should have a class they need to take upon it, because I believe it's a lot of people have been in messed up situations because cops don't know how to identify when someone is going through a panic attack or suffer from anxiety, and they thinking that they're existing, but they really not. They just experiencing this scaredness, this you know, the something that happened. You know what I mean? So it was just something that I wanted to ask, because I know that I know I suffer from it. Well, I used to suffer from it, but I know how to calm myself down from it now if I do catch a attack. And the second question I wanted to ask, since the 5 officers got locked up so quickly, the way to me, I ain't never seen nothing happen that quick. But since they got locked up so quickly, right? Do you think it's still a cause for a riot? Or for people to act a fool?
I think people should protest. I don't think people should riot.
Okay.
I think anytime there's a good time to protest. There's always a time to exercise your rights. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think, but don't make it criminal. No one wins when it becomes a riot.
Well, I guess I'm using the wrong term. Not riot, but normally when people protest, they protesting due to the fact of, we want him locked up, we want him locked up now. You get what I'm saying? So I think they played it kind of smartly by going and taking care of the business first before they release the tape. So I'm trying to see what else can you honestly be protesting about now?
Well, I think sometimes the protest is, and you know what too? I think what ends up happening is you're going to have people protesting in Memphis because it's not just about Tyre. He's a catalyst to all the bullshit they've been enduring from their police department. So this is a collection of people who are just like, you know what? We're sick and tired of this. Like the gentleman that I played that clip. He got pulled over by this Scorpion unit 4 days before this incident. So he's like, hey, the guy who stopped me, who pulled me out of the car, pointed his gun at me for no reason, and accused me of having pounds of weed in my car, he's arrested now. If they had taken my complaint seriously, so you can't tell people, hey, complain and make a report, file a report. He's like, I did that, and you guys didn't do anything about it. He's gonna be protesting. Why? Because he's like, we're tired. And I don't blame them at all, man. I don't blame them. They have to address the issue with the American police system in this country. You know, we need to have them, but we need the right type of people doing the job. And you can't have a bunch of people. This is a whole militia of officers in every state. Every state they operate like they're their own damn military. Their own military, dude. And so there's so much power. There's way too much unchecked power. And you heard what my boy James said. That's my boy now. You heard what James said.
James said, let's go get him.
James said, let's get him. James said he want to give the police a soul bond. He said, give these motherfuckers soul bonds, get them up out of here. James,
but I'm saying that, I mean, but in my mind, even if you take that route, I mean, you think we can win?
No, you can't. Why? Because the state they not only do they have the military at a beck and call, you can't do nothing about it. You know, but you know, so the issue is at the end of the day, you know, they can call, the governor can call the National Guard out. You're not going to win. You're not going to win. I was policing when Black Lives Matter first started, and I saw the chaos. I actually supported Black Lives Matter when it started. And I would have debates in the police department with people who didn't like. I said, no, it's about time motherfuckers stood up and protested and spoke out. I said, yeah, I was all for it. It looked like it was going to be a organization legitimately speaking on Black issues.
Right.
See, I get a chance to see things that happen behind the scenes that a lot of people aren't privy to. And you know what ended up happening? I started seeing people's real, true nature come out because I get to see stuff that they don't report on the news. So that's why when I'm doing this channel, I'm speaking from a place of, hey, you guys, I know what these prisons are doing. I know who runs these private prisons. I know the affiliations they have with gun companies and ammunition companies. I know the affiliations they have with entertainment companies and record companies. You guys, they're all sleeping together. And so what ends up happening is the same music that's put out that encourages, entice black men to kill other black men, right? They own some shares in these prisons. Then they turn around and the same prisons, right, that they own companies that you're in there fixing and working on. They own businesses that bring their products to these prisons that these people work on. So there's a connection. There's a nexus between all of these relationships. And so the music they encourage us to make that entices us to pick up guns, they own shares in these guns. They own shares in the bodies that are dropped in these cities. They own shares in those funeral homes, right? They're sending these organs to places and they're telling you they're destroying them. You guys, I know stuff that people don't talk about, right? Wow. And so when you think about how all this money comes together, these guys all know each other, right? So of course they want us to make the music that encourage us to kill one another, because then whether alive or dead, a black body's profitable. And so it's a nasty game, man. It's a nasty, nasty game, and we fall for it. My theory right now, I feel if they really wanted to, like, if one from which is Memphis, of course, if they really wanted to stop crime, they could. When you say bring in the military and stuff like that, could. Is it? Can they? No. Yes and no. What would have happened is what you're saying is martial law at that point. Okay. So you can't have martial law on the people. It's against the Constitution, right? And so you can't do it. Now, you know, they are already complaining that we're turning this country into a police state. You know, shout out to my boy Chris. Yeah, they're already turning this place into a police state. You know, which is why they're like, hey, we don't like the fact that our police are running around in military uniforms. We don't like that they have tanks now, because it's giving this illusion, it's starting to give this perception that they are a militia group, you know, right. And citizens don't want the military policing them for obvious reasons. And so, no, having the army is not going to stop crime. The issue in this country is twofold. American culture has gotten toxic. Black culture is definitely toxic, or portions of it, that we need to address some areas within Black culture in order to reduce the crime significantly in our communities. And there's a multitude of things that need to be addressed. Of course, as we know, poverty, education, opportunities, and things like that. So, you know, I used to think they're going to need to do martial law in Chicago because it was just getting out of control. You know, and I heard that before, yeah. And you know, the problem with that is it becomes lawless. It becomes a lawless town, and you don't want to attack the problem that way, because then people are going to have distrust in the government. They're not going to no longer trust the government. You got our battle within our community, and even as it relates to the police, outside of the police, the police problem is its own problem that has nothing to do with Black folks. There's just a problem in law enforcement and the profession by itself. And then you bring that problem and you lay it on top of the Black community. Now you have a police problem with the Black community. So you have a twofold issue. You have an American police problem, and then you have a problem with the police as it relates to the Black community. And both need to be addressed simultaneously, you know, in order to really bring about this issue. There are some things that you can definitely do to have a unique impact within the Black community that I believe will work. And it starts with Black people bringing their own people, grooming them, and putting them into the police department to police their own community. Because when you start seeing that, we're going to either have to respect the ones we put in this position to police over us, or what's going to happen is a lot of Black people are going to say, listen, I'm not trying to deal with this 5% that's destroying our neighborhood, because they're violent, they don't want to listen, and they're destructive. You're from Memphis, you know exactly what I'm talking about. There's some people who, there are cops that are bad, and there are Black citizens that are off the chain. and you can't, and then you'd be like, nah, they had to get them brothers. They was acting up. You know what I mean? And so, but that doesn't miss the fact that we have bad officers that need to be dealt with as well. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're right. And one more thing, and I'm gonna let you go. One thing I noticed though, the neighborhood that I'm from, one thing that I noticed, I've been in this neighborhood for over 17 years now. And when I first moved here, it was dominantly black, and as time kept going, man, the Mexicans run this joint now. The Mexicans took over. Migos them took over. And another thing that I noticed is, I'm talking, when I said it, Migos took over, they took over. I'm talking they own a lot of things in this area. But anyway, another thing I noticed, and I be trying to pinpoint, and I let my kids know this all the time. When we go in the store, we see our brothers toting guns, but them amigos don't have to tote no gun. I don't never see no Mexican with no gun, and I don't understand it. It's kind of crazy to me.
So you know what that is?
What's that?
It's called respect.
Yeah.
It's called respect. You know, the Boondocks had that episode. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
You know, why do we I can bump into you, brother.
Yeah.
And it's up from there.
Yeah, you're right.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're right.
Whereas if I'm Hispanic or Asian, I bump into you, I apologize.
Yeah,
it doesn't
you're
make
right.
you less of a man. You have women in our community that can whisper in your ear, and she'll send you on a dummy mission. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so again, there is the culture needs to be addressed.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
The way we love each other, the way we respect each other, the way we acknowledge each other, the way we uplift each other, the way we protecting each other sometimes is just us respecting each other. You know, everything is not a fight or a battle between two black men. The problem is that we as black men have become very hyper emotional. The absence of fathers in our community has been very, very destructive to black men, because no one is teaching us how to deal with our emotions, you know, and even black women are a victim of us being hyper emotional men, because we then start to act out of anger and violence. And then you turn around, it's like, cuckoo, your woman's dead. She got shot. Why? Because this man had no self-control. He had no discipline over his anger, over his emotions. You know, there's no reason why, when it comes to women and homicide, over half of them are killed by men. There's no explanation for that. And these are black women. You know, as a black woman, you're 50% more likely to be killed by a man, an intimate partner. You know, like that's the risk because of the emotion. And as black men within our community, our leading cause, our top 4th leading cause of death is homicide. Homicide. You know, so these are real things that we have to really examine. That why is it that we in the attempt to find, why do we use permanent methods to address temporary problems? You know,
Talking about just go easy, something quick. I'm finna shoot you. I'm finna blow your tail out. That's crazy,
bro. And they play it all the time in the music.
Yeah,
in the music, and we glorify death, we glorify drugs, and we glorify destruction. And like Charleston White said, every bullet, every gun that a brother walking around with is meant for another brother.
Another brother. Mine is cold. Man, it's cold. But anyway, man, you know, it's an honor to get a chance to speak with you, man. And I don't know if you remember the text message I sent you one time, but I had to correct myself. And like I said, it's an honor. And I'm guessing I'll be seeing you later, man. You be careful, and hope we can talk again.
Absolutely, brother. Absolutely.
All right, then.
All right.
You as well. All
right.
You hear that, Dave?
That's what's up. The common sense expert. Love this brother right here. He be what's good? What's good?
What's going on, man? How you been, brother?
Man, I'm good, man. I'm good. Crazy conversation. Thank you for your patience as always, man. You always holding it down. What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts? I know we kind of covered a lot. What are your thoughts on this situation here and just in general?
Yeah, with the 5 officers, I think we've seen this play out before because you have that case in Florida, if you recall, where the officer, they had somebody in the car and he went to choking the guy and the other officer grabbed her. The female officer grabs him out and he turned around and started choking her. This was a few months back. And
the white sergeant.
Right, and the thing is about this, you have a lot of coworkers that are afraid of the people they work with. This is how these things happen. And and I was in a specialized unit too, but we had a lot of oversight. But when you get out here with these PDs, these metropolitan officers, they out. Well, these 5 officers, who did they report to?
I didn't hear no sergeant.
No sergeant. I ain't see. They was all officers. I ain't see nothing about a sergeant and everything. Nope. Then you have the Civil Service Board. That's a blessing and a curse.
Yes.
I don't know if every department have a Civil Service Board, but down here, Louisiana, man, these dudes do some of the worst things, and the Civil Service Board put them back out on the streets. Just recently over here in Addis, Louisiana, we had a high-speed chase, and this guy, he was so out of control. The officer, he must have been about 3 or 4 miles behind the high-speed chase. He ran through a light and killed 2 young girls.
Damn. Did they charge him with
they charged the guy that was running, and they charged him too.
Ooh.
So I don't know if that's gonna stick, depending on where the guy was, where he was in the pursuit. Because after you went so far, he was just recklessly running through lights, and he hit him and killed 2 children.
Damn. But as officers, that liability. One thing about the job I never liked is the liability is so high, man. It's so high, and you have to be perfect at everything. We have to practice due regard. I had a coworker who was speeding on her way back to the precinct. She T-boned the car that ran the light. The car ran the light, but because she was in the police car speeding, they charged her with vehicular homicide. And so
well, she was at fault.
Yeah.
If the other car ran the light.
Yep.
How did that play out? Because
it played out because as an officer, you have to have due regard. You can't speed. She was speeding in her patrol car. There was no justification. As officers, and again, every department's different. My department held us accountable, man. When I tell you, Dre will tell you, they did not let you come out here and play cowboys. Right. You just couldn't do it, man. And so every department doesn't have that. Every department doesn't. That's why I tell people all the time, every police department is not created equal. You have some police departments that are tyrannical in nature, with no oversight, and they run up and down here like they're a militia, and they don't answer to nobody. And there are some departments that are exactly the model of what America wants their police department to look like. The question is, how do we get them all on the same page, and who's gonna oversee that it's done and make sure there's an enforcement of it? And that's the problem. The problem is the way our government is set up. Right. Every state is its own country, damn near, right? Every state gets to do what they want to do. And the federal government doesn't have as much power over these states as people like to believe, because the state and feds are separate.
And not only every state, every jurisdiction, every county. Well, we got parishes down here, so the district attorney on this side may not agree how things are going on that side. So
there you go. And on top of that, people don't know there's like 18,000 damn police departments.
Right.
So how do you maintain a network of consistency when you got 18,000? They can do it.
Yeah, and the Internal Affairs Department, they about to be in the hot seat. Because if that guy called them and he didn't do anything.
One would say he could have if they did their job, they may have prevented this man from getting killed. That's right. Yeah, absolutely agree with that. Absolutely agree.
You have five officers out here, no oversight. They probably on their own TAC channel, doing what they want to do. Yep. So they not coming across regular dispatch. So unless the ish hit the fan, nobody will really know what they're doing.
Correct. Oh, they've been getting away with impunity, and again, we saw this with the Breonna Taylor case of the same exact thing. A rogue narcotics unit doing what the hell they wanted to do, not following the instructions from the SWAT team, creating, falsifying warrants, getting a search warrant, looking for drugs, looking for money. Well, technically looking for money out of Breonna Taylor's house. So you know, we've seen this. We know this to be true. There has to be a way to report this so that, you know, these things can be stopped. So I mean, there's 18,000 police departments. I don't know.
Yeah, you know, and the federal consent decree. I know that kind of keeps keep departments under, you know, some kind of oversight. You know, we had it down here with New Orleans.
Yeah.
It was like in the 90s, man. It got so out of control that the feds had to step in, and you know, it got better as time goes on. But you know, even with these big departments, you still have these little pockets of people who come out here, and like you said, the fatherlessness. You know, when you have officers that come in, you know, PDs without fathers, so they don't know how to be reprimanded. So when they get out here, they go stone crazy. And I wish, you know, they have that attitude is, I wish you would tell me something. You see, like you say, I got this uniform on me. I'm getting more respect than I ever have. Now when somebody challenges their authority, they go 0 to 100.
Yep.
And then, you know, I don't know if all these guys they say they have body cameras. I don't know if they had dash cameras too.
Yeah.
I looked at Dr. Rashad. I can't remember the light-skinned guy that he's undisputable. He said they actually pulled him over for a traffic offense he committed the previous day.
Who's that?
What's his name? Rashad something. I can't.
Oh, Dr. Rashad Ritchie. He said that's what happened.
Yeah, they stopped him for a traffic infraction he did the previous day. I'm like, I don't know. I never heard that going down like that.
Can't do that. And so that's probably why they're saying that the stop was illegal. And they probably feel like explaining all that because people are going to ask too many damn questions. So they're like, listen, y'all, we know you're going to burn the city down. Listen, just watch the video. At this point, how do you not tell us what the deal is?
Yeah, that's the first thing, you know.
The first thing.
Right.
Hey,
this
was an illegal stop. You don't have to go into detail, but is this an authorized stop or not? Everything because they know everything after this is going to be, and maybe they're trying to not create any panic before the video is released, and I think it gives them time to prep and defend the city properly. So.
They didn't already started the panic, you know. They just when they put all of them in jail already, it was like, okay, we already know they about to blow the city up, but let's try and not go that far. If you put them in jail already, they don't have nothing to cut up about. But I don't think it's going to stop it because
I don't think so either.
Because there's pockets in everybody that's going to entice some people to go out and do something crazy. You know, like just what officers. There's followers in police departments and followers on the street.
Yes.
And I don't know who the ringleader of these guys was, but somebody was the alpha male, and everybody else just went along to get along. And now, just like with Derek Chauvin, same situation. You got officers that didn't intervene. I mean, it's one thing if they would have shot somebody, but for you to beat somebody, that's a process that takes a while. So once you're unconscious, you're no longer a threat. So how they gonna get past that?
They're not.
Yeah.
They're not.
And did they say what degrees a murder they were charging them with?
Second degree.
Second degree.
So I want to say that's intentional. Intentional murder. Yeah.
Right.
And so they're done, man. I like how he said every officer played a different role.
Right.
And I think they're gonna charge them like they would charge a citizen who did this.
Yeah, you know, it's the law. What they call, I don't know in Memphis, it's the law of parties in most states.
Yep. Parties to a crime.
Right, and they just sit there and let it happen. And
they have a duty to intervene when things get out of control.
Right, because if they went on, like I was listening to the radio traffic, you go on a foot chase. Usually, once you switch to a different channel, that way you bring in everybody. They probably stayed on their own little channel where only those 5 officers knew what was going on. For you to be chasing somebody or lights and sirens in the city, and you don't notify nobody else for any kind of backup. Then the medical personnel, how did they drop the ball?
Yeah, I don't know. This is why I feel like this is personal, like something to some degree. This might be personal. I feel like.
Yeah. Did he have any priors you know of?
Huh?
Did he have any priors you know of that would make them?
They didn't say it, and they could have not said it on purpose, or he probably doesn't have any at all. I think they would have said it already. But what's bothering me is this incident happened January 7th, right? People are saying this is swift. No, this isn't swift, you guys. This isn't swift. I mean, it's swift, but it ain't that swift. After them knowing what happened and seeing the body camera, no, this isn't swift. right?
Right.
This is swift because the photo got leaked. In my
Right.
personal, this is not swift. You guys, this is 14 days later.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
So,
and
you know
what
I'm
that
saying?
does, it shocks the public.
Yep.
So now, so when they seen that photo, it shocks the public, and now okay, we got to do something now because they know the lawsuit's coming.
Yep.
They know outrage is coming.
Yep.
You know, even in Baton Rouge, we had it with the Alton Sterling situation down here.
Mm-hmm.
It hit the fan quick.
Hit the fan quick.
Once that video got out, it was almost chaos, anarchy down here.
Oh shit! Somebody, let me address this real quick. It's funny how folks be getting clips of information. Shout out to you, my Lois Lane. Thank you so much. Member of the channel. She dropped $20. Thank you so much, my dear. I appreciate it. She's always supporting every stream. Thank you so much. Someone saying that no priors for Tyree. Allegedly, he was seeing one of the officers' wives.
There you go.
What I say earlier, this comes off as personal.
Yeah.
This comes off as personal. Now we don't know. But whatever it is, it's gonna come out.
Mm-hmm.
But
and if that's the case, man, we had something similar down here in Shreveport, where this guy, he killed this officer that he was dating, and he got 2 other accomplices to come help him kill his girlfriend, which was crazy. Now you got 3 people going to jail for a woman they ain't dealt with. You sitting in jail because there's always that leader, and everybody else just follow along.
That's right.
Like little minions.
Nah, for sure. It's gonna be interesting, man. We're gonna be back here tomorrow, sharp 6.
Yeah.
God, dog. It's gonna be crazy.
I want to know how much of that video they gonna redact.
They'll redact everything after the assault. They're gonna redact everything after the assault because everything after the assault is probably where all the meat and potato is, as far as like conversations and things like that. I don't think they're gonna release the entire body cam.
No, I doubt that. They're going to keep that in. That'll really set people off.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Revolutionary Thought said it might be a street hit. I was thinking that initially too, because it just seemed too crazy. Either he, may have had some information on them about the unit being illegal or doing something illegal, and they were trying to make it seem like, this was a legitimate stop and whatever. This could be a lot of things, you guys. Corruption runs deep. You'd be surprised.
If they start doing the background check, start checking their financials. If they're living beyond their means, because if they out here ripping off and robbing drug dealers, that money gonna have to go somewhere.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, I think this thing can get really deep. We're gonna really see, because I thought it seemed like a hit. It seemed personal to me. Something about it didn't seem right because it was 5-on-1.
Right.
And the only other thing I could think of is that either he had a weapon, he was trying to kill one of the officers, or he was besting them, beating them all down, right? He was handling them, but I just can't see that.
Yeah, these guys look too big for one person.
He's small. He's like 150.
Right.
Brother must have knew karate or something, but I don't see it, man. I don't see it.
Yeah, he's like old boy on I'm gonna get you sucker. Oh, I'm gonna kick some ass now. After you didn't beat up everybody, threw him over the car. Yeah, but when you got 5 people on one,
it don't make sense, man. It don't make sense.
You're gonna have to really justify that.
You gotta really justify it. There's one case, and I'm gonna drop you down and bring up Mechee. I see her in the back. There was one case at a wedding. They shot and killed this guy at his niece's wedding.
I remember that.
Remember that? I did a review on that, and people were like, "Oh, I don't know." I said, "Nah, look what happened." It was 2 officers showed up. Now the officers were doing way too much. They were doing way too much, and they didn't handle the situation. They didn't de-escalate the situation properly, and then you know what ended up happening? The guy got agitated. He was drunk. He got agitated with the police. Someone called 911 because the guy was allegedly being aggressive to people at the wedding. He was drunk, right? The officers came in. They were overzealous. They were disrespectful. They were doing too much. And the guy, they're trying to detain him, put your hands behind your back. He's like, oh, leave me alone, leave me alone. He's pushing them away. The guy cold clocks one of the officers, knocks him out, drops him.
Right.
The second officer is then, looking at him like he's trying to tase him. He swings at the second officer. The officer falls. He falls to the ground. Old dude gets him, mounts him on his back, gets on his back. The officer in his mind is like, hold on, my partner's knocked out. He's incapacitated. I'm surrounded by a bunch of people I don't know. This
right.
is me.
I got to do what I got to do.
In the back of my head, what do? He turns over, draws his gun, and starts laying lead into him. Pop, 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 pop. Drops him. Kills this man at his niece's wedding. Now, people are looking at it like, I can't believe the cops did it. Well, I can believe it. I tell people from that stream, you cannot put officers in fear for their life or they're justified to kill you.
Right. And we have that same right. If you
there you go.
Me, I don't know if you saw I'm sure you saw the case in Houston where they was robbing the taqueria and the guys, you put me in danger for my life. I got to take you out before you get me.
Yep. And people don't like that, and I understand. And again, what people don't like, I think, is just that there's too much room for abuse. There's a lot of room for abuse. Oh, I felt in fear for my life. Sir, he's in a wheelchair. He's in a wheelchair, and you shot him 8 times in the back. Oh, well, he had a knife. What? So that's a real case, by the way. And that was a white male. That was a white male who shot another white male.
What's that? That's the Lowe's case you talking about?
Walmart case.
Yeah, Walmart.
He dumped, gave the man a slow bond for no reason. So that's crazy within itself. Just in general, crazy.
But a lot of these people, they emotionally unstable, and their coworkers know this. And like I say, because of that civil service board, you can't get them out of there.
It's hard to fire an officer once you hire them. Very hard, very hard. And it's hard to find out that there's issues with an officer before you get them anyways. And so that's another thing.
Yeah, because a lot of PDs they get fired from. They don't put that in the national database, so they go to the next department, and if they still post certified and that department short of people, they get right on.
That's right, man. Listen,
it's rough.
It's tough, dude. And I appreciate your input on this one. I'm gonna need you tomorrow, man.
Yeah.
I'm gonna need you tomorrow. All hands on deck tomorrow.
Yeah,
I'm about to call up Millennial Mark too. He gotta come up and help me do this one. This one's gonna be tough.
Yeah, I don't see no way they're gonna be able to.
Yeah, nah, they can't. They're not gonna skate this. The man's neck was broken. Nah.
Right. I just put the worst charges on him and be like, due to the safety of the environment, we're not gonna let this video out. Because you don't want more people to get hurt because of something that's already done. They in jail. Some people just gonna take it to the next level just because they think they're gonna be able to get away with it in the midst of the chaos.
Well, we're gonna see. Because I'm a fan of the Code of Hammurabi, and certain things I feel like the family should be in charge of the punishment. Don't let me run stuff. I'd be like, y'all are found guilty, and I am remanding your punishment to the family. That'll end a lot of shit, a lot of bullshit going on in this country.
Right.
To be honest, I'm about to do record a video about a girl who was sexually assaulted by 3 men, and then thrown out of a car, hit by a car, and killed.
That's in Baton Rouge. That's where I live.
That's where it was at. Yeah,
they happened right up the word on Burbank, not too far from LSU.
Crazy, dude. It's crazy. So I plan on talking about that stuff like that, raping women. Yeah, your punishment, castration.
Well, this I don't know if how much you got into it, but she's underage and she was at the
bar.
Dior, boy, she shouldn't have been in there. I don't know if she went there by herself, but there's a lot of bad decisions. You never want to blame the victim, but at the same time, we grown, and you have to be accountable for your actions. I don't know why she went there by herself, and allegedly they have some video that said the sex was consensual. Yep. But for them to let her out on Burbank, and I'm familiar with the area.
More than likely, she was drugged.
Yeah, it was really nowhere for her to go because there's really no houses on certain parts of that street. It's just like a straightaway. So you got people doing 65, 70. So if she walked down to that street, you wouldn't see her until she's coming across the hood of your car.
I was thinking for her to get hit after being let out the car like that, she was probably under the influence of either alcohol and some form of maybe a roofie, some type of drug. You get what I'm saying? To where it's weird. People just don't get hit by cars like that.
Right.
Like, you got to be completely, either caught off guard in a place you're not familiar, or crossing or something, or you don't have all your faculties together.
Yeah,
You know what
it's
I mean?
pitch black. That road is there. They got certain parts of where she got hit. It's pitch black, and her alcohol.
But them damn cars should have lights on. You get what I'm saying? So
it's still so. I know that area. It's still so dark to like.
That?
Yeah, you're not gonna see something until you right up on it. You don't have no, because there's nothing but trees.
Yeah.
And just the neutral ground, and it's dark. So unless you're doing 40, if you're doing 65, which they usually travel down that street, by the time you get on somebody, you're not gonna see them.
Damn.
And they say her blood alcohol level was like 0.319.
What?
Yeah. I was reading it just a little while ago. It's like 0.319.
I didn't get a chance to do the research. 3.3. Damn.
Yeah. I don't even see how she was able to walk. And she
wasted. Yeah.
Right. So they let them leave out the bar. That's how they figured out who she was with,
Wow.
The surveillance cameras and that bar, they didn't already turned over their license and everything, because they know.
They already know they shutting that down.
They already know they shutting that down.
Might as well turn that into a community center at this point.
Yeah, it's
0.3. Hell, 0.05 for DUI.
Right. So they
She was done. She was done, especially if she got a small frame body too. That alcohol.
Yeah, she was real slender. Yeah, so she didn't have much. I don't even see how she was able to walk out of it. They must have carried it.
And then that's why they took advantage of her. Damn, man. I mean, yeah, I'm gonna cover that. I didn't get a chance to even read over it. There was so much going on, but listen, man, I'm gonna drop you down. I'm gonna bring up.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate you, brother, and I'll see you tomorrow when we go over this. I'll probably start the live like around 5:30, going into 6. I can just brace everybody for the craziness. So.
Right. I'll be around.
All right, man.
All right, take it easy, brother.
Yes, sir. That's a crazy case. I don't know. Lately, there's been so much going on. Mechee, you ready? I'll bring you up. Mechee.
I came up here because I got some smoke, but I love you, so let me say that first.
I thought I did a good job.
I want to say something. I want to throw it in your face like, blah, right? You always been talking about Black people and how we're only upset when we see cases when it involves white police officers. And that's very untrue. And I think that this shows that. Dre tried to come up here and still, in spite of everybody being mad, he tried to still spit that tonight, right? Like, we're going to see how Black folks act. And so I just think that y'all need to stop carrying that narrative, right? Okay. You're always making it seem like for Black people, we don't care. But the bottom line is that the media shows what cases they want to show, and they want the ones that they don't. So when these cases make it to national news, it is usually white police officers, because that is the way that the media likes to push it. So yes, we have our outrage. But if anything, I think that this case will show you, and many others that my network has reported on, we don't care if they're Black police officers. We're just sick of the shit that happens. So I just want y'all to take this case and see. They about to riot, ain't they? Huh? Yeah, they about to burn some shit down. And the officers are in jail, right? So normally when we see people rioting and protesting, it's because we want justice. Right? We want to see the officers locked up. Oftentimes, officers get a leave until they investigate. They're not in jail. And the reason we're protesting and we're rioting is because we would like to see them with charges and see them go to jail. So all of that has already happened in this case, right? And as you said, I still don't think that's going to stop everybody from rioting and protesting.
I don't think
because the rioting comes from our anger and our emotions, right? And so even though these officers are locked up, that's not going to stop the anger that we have. Like me and you had a conversation, and I told you that I thought police officers were domestic terrorists. And you said, no, they're not. Mechee, they're not terrorists. And I want to reiterate that, because the reason why I say that is that like a situation like this, when you talk about terror, okay, when you have police officers who overstep their bounds and can take your life whether it's through really taking your life or sending you to prison, or abusing their authority, there's nobody for you to go call on them, right? So if somebody commits crime against you and violence against you in the community, they're not a police officer, you can go call the police. They're going to come and work it out for you, right? When the police officers do this, though, there's nobody for you to call on them. That is terrorism. When a person is allowed to create terror and these acts against citizens that are sometimes, not all the time, right, but are sometimes very unwarranted, down to the point where you can take their life, maim them for life, or do the things that you do to them. I think that sometimes our lens is very small, but to me, I don't see any of these acts any different when we hear of other countries, right? We'll say, wow, the police just pull people over and take their money. They terrorize their people, right? We'll say that about police in other countries. But the truth is, in America, our police do the same thing to us, but we want to see it like it's so different, and it's not, right? So I won't say that every officer is a terrorist, but I will tell you that police officers have the ability to be domestic terrorists in our country. They absolutely do.
Wait. Let me say that I agree with that. I like the way you phrased it. I think that's accurate. I think that you have officers who can tether on the side of justice or terrorism. Mm-hmm. And it can be a fine line if they're not careful in the power that they do have, and if they don't use it properly. It's very easy for an officer to go from protecting and serving or terrorizing a community or terrorizing or citizens. So I do agree with that. I think that's accurate. And I think when you don't have the necessary oversight in place, it's very easy for power to get out of control, and people start doing what they want to do. And there needs to be an answer, there needs to be a response, and there needs to be safeguards from this. And I think people are tired that they don't feel like there are certain municipalities in this country that don't take the people's word seriously. So I don't disagree with you on that at all. I don't.
Because a week ago you did. I'm just like.
Well, the way you said it that time, I wasn't feeling it. Because you was like, "Oh, police are domestic terrorists." I'm like,
I didn't say, "Oh, no, I didn't." I just said police was.
Oh, police was. Oh, okay. All right.
Which means all the rest of them now.
Okay. All right. No, but I know this is going to be crazy when they release this video tomorrow. And honestly, I don't know what to say. I think I don't see anything wrong with the protesting. You know, of course, I never want people to burn stuff down, to destroy anything. I think it doesn't help. It might make you feel good in the moment, but it just doesn't work. You know what I mean? And where we need to really take that energy, I wish we could put a real plan together. Unfortunately, there are people who have the ears of the nation when it comes to talking about police issues, but they only do it as a way to pacify people. No one's really actually doing anything that's going to create an improvement, because they're not talking about real things that actually bring about change. You know, we had think about the incident that happened with Breonna Taylor, and they had the Breonna Taylor something like the no knock thing warrant, I think, law they passed. Then you have the Justice for George Floyd Act. I can't remember the name of the law, but those things, they're good to have, but they don't address the core problem in policing. And I feel like until we start attacking the core problem with policing, this stuff is not going to go away. And it seems very redundant.
It shows how pacified we are, though, because if you look at the George Floyd bill, nothing in there, had it been enacted beforehand, would have stopped what happened to George Floyd. But we don't go read none of the bills. We was like, oh, they gave us the bill. Black folks was celebrating and frying chicken, you know, but nobody read it because the bill is stupid if it's based on George Floyd, because not anything in it would have stopped what happened to George Floyd, you know.
Not to say those things weren't needed, though.
Yeah, they were needed, but what
Yeah.
I'm saying is they used it as an opportunity to just slide something in, but not anything that really dealt with the issue that had people enraged. I will
Correct.
say this though, I mean, you know, I think that as Black people, we should be mindful. I mean, protesting is one thing in writing, but I believe that this country has through media and even sending in people to take the energy of a protest and turn it into a riot. They send those people in to do that sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. And because understand, this is what's called pre-gentrification. I was in Memphis not too long ago. Memphis is raggedy as hell. A lot of places out there are. And so the thing is that Memphis doesn't need to burn down any more of its community. It doesn't need to tear up any more of its community. And if it does so, you will find that they're going to let them do that for a couple of days before they ever come in and stop it, when they could stop it from day one, right? They could have stuff there, curfew set in place, you know, when stuff get out of hand and they bring in the National Guard and things of that nature, but they're going to let them tear up the community because that's called pre-gentrification, right? They allow us to tear down our own communities. And you're right. Once everybody goes out to the street and they get to burning stuff down and they get to yelling and screaming, all of that energy that they could have used for a solution, it's all gone. They've all gotten it out of their system. And then we go back home and then we go back to the same thing. Right.
Yeah.
You forget all about it into the next one.
Yeah.
So, you know, that's going to be the outcome. I think it's a sad outcome. You probably don't want to hear this. Don't be muting me. This is my words, not Nathan's. But, you know, people are going to riot. They need to riot right.
Let me put up my little thing real quick. Hold on. Hold on.
Look, bruh man know where I'm about to go. Bruh man from the 5th floor.
Bro, what bro man say?
Bruh man said change that. Go right at the police station, city hall, etc. So that's what I want to say. This is how you know that people are over emotional. Because if I'm beefing with you and I'm coming to burn some shit down because you made me mad, I'm going to where my enemy's territory is. If you're upset with the city and the government officials and the police, then you should stop burning down Walgreens because your grandma still need her prescription and she doesn't have a car, and that is walking distance from her home. Walgreens didn't do this to you. It would be the city hall. It would be the news stations. It would be the police stations, you know, and all of those things. So even in that, even when we are angry, you should see that our anger has no sense and it's not directed towards anything with sense. Because if I'm angry with the police, I'm coming to find you. I'm coming to burn down your police precinct. I'm coming to burn up your cars, and then next I'm going to the city hall because I don't like y'all policies. You know what I'm saying? This is where you should be going. And of course, I'm telling you should do that. Nathan is saying don't go do that, but
well, I believe you should take it to the source, right?
Yeah.
I feel the same way about real terrorists, right? When you talk about terrorism, why are you mad at the regular folks? If you got an issue with the government, they got the whole army over there. Go talk to them. But you don't want to do that, right? So I believe that they need to take it to the source in a non-violent Martin Luther King way, and you know, and handle it
in a what?
In a Martin Luther King way, you know.
Oh, you want us to hang out with Crump, huh?
Who, Crumpalicious? Nah.
That's where Martin Luther King would be if he was here. He'd be right on the side of Crump.
That was so funny when you said that last night.
But it's the truth. You think do you disagree with that? Do we agree or disagree on that?
I plead the fifth.
When Martin Luther King was here, y'all, I feel that he would be hanging out with Attorney Crump and he would have been right there with Black Lives Matter. It's okay. I would take all the response. I said it. It was me.
My poor channel struggling to even get the people who on the channel video notifications. You about to just shut me down. You know, but you're right.
Y'all can shut on my channel watching me get shut down. I'll make a video if you don't watch it right away. 48 hours is gone. They gonna take it down.
Nah, I mean, you know, I think the power that I have is that I can tell people how to absolutely fix the problem properly. The issue is me telling you it's not good enough. You have to execute the strategy that I give you. I can fix the problem. I know how to fix the problem, but it cannot be fixed by myself. I can't march around blabbing how to do it. You know, I need people to hear it and then make the adjustments. Absolutely, this is a fixable problem. But the power of unity is so it's so like underappreciated. People don't understand how powerful it is when you unite for a common cause, and we take it for granted. And I thought Black Lives Matter was going to be it. I was like, oh, this is it. This is a whole melanin mosh posh of people ready to get some stuff done. And it was co-opted, and it was a joke, and we failed again. And so it's like, damn, we had it in our grasp where we could have really made something happen.
We don't investigate nothing that we supposed to do. Let me tell you something. I've said this many times before on my channel. We were screaming Black Lives Matter and our movement for y'all knew who they was. Because for those of us that were in the streets, right? Yeah. Black Lives Matter blew up. We were at those meetings and they were telling men to sit down, not to get speechified. They said that the microphone was for women and for transgenders. And the last time I heard them say that at a meeting, I was like, I'm leaving, and all the heterosexual Black men left with me and we cussed them out. We tried to tell people that they were co-opting the movement. But what I hate about this is that Black Lives Matter means something more than a movement. It was a hashtag that had meaning that our lives should matter. And so now every time people speak on it now, including you and other Black people, y'all be like, well, Black Lives Matter is a joke. It's a joke. It ain't this, it ain't that. Black Lives Matter, the wording is not the organization. That was something that was coined long before that. And we have to be careful, because when we do that, especially as Black people, what we're really doing in our wording subconsciously, whether we understand that or not, is projecting to people that Black lives don't matter, because we keep dismissing the term along with the bullshit ass organization who we never gave them the right to even encapsulate that term. So now that we've dismissed them, we dismiss the term as that it has no meaning, but it should. So we have to be mindful of that.
Yeah, and sometimes we forget, right? Like, I think the problem is this is what's dangerous about the left and how genius they are when they are marketing things to Black people. They create a Trojan horse to where on the outside is the slogan Black Lives Matter. Who could argue that? Who would argue that? Right?
On the people did, and we have a counter saying it's called All Lives Matter. Y'all remember when they kept throwing that at us?
Yeah. But
everybody argued it.
Everybody has a right to name whatever they think matters, right?
No, but you said who can argue that? Plenty of people.
Well, I mean, people are going to argue, but I'm saying you're not supposed to argue. It's very hard to challenge, because you could say the rebuttals. Oh, you don't like Black people since you don't think Black Lives Matter. So it's a very strategic debating tactic, right? If you say all kids matter with one arm, of course, who's gonna complain, right? So because it's an emotional statement. You're making an emotional statement. So you're supposed to have empathy towards that statement. So when you go against the statement, because I'm looking at the behavior and you're looking at the words, I'm examining the behavior of the movement or the organization. But it looks like I'm attacking the slogan when I'm attacking with the actions. And that's
the words and the approach can affect our behavior later on. We have to be mindful of, because it affects it. Because something else I wanted to bring you to smoke on was when you was up here talking about Black folks and violence and culture, right? And I don't know if you realize, but you said it in a way, whether you meant it that way or not, that you made it seem as though violence is our culture, right? And when you make comments like that in Black communities, that part of our culture is to be violent or to uphold violence or to promote that stuff, right? You then cannot argue me when I say to you that there are biases all across this country, even with the police, no matter what color you are, that says Black people are more dangerous than other people. So you already go into situations preconceiving that this nigga is a criminal based on his skin color and nothing else. And see, this is how racism takes place, and it ain't blatant and you don't think so, but in a person's mind. So whether you're a Black officer, white officer, anything else, when people can make statements like that, especially when it comes from Black people themselves, then the dominant society and the government and white supremacy is like, see, even Black people feel this way. What that does is create this idea that we are inherently violent based on our DNA. And if you're born Black, you're born to be more of a criminal and a violent person than anyone else. And if that type of perception permeates everybody in this country through things we say, through media and stuff of that nature, you can't sit here and tell me there's not a bias when it comes to police dealing with Black people, and they don't treat them different oftentimes simply because of the color of their skin. I'll be quiet. I'll wait for you to think about it. Go ahead.
So I agree with you. And I will say that that wasn't my intention, but I do have to be mindful on how I present a statement, because it can be misconstrued that I'm trying to label all Black people as being, the fact that you're in Black skin means that you're violent. Like, this is within our DNA. And I think the more accurate way I should have said that is there are things within the culture that can that express the use of violence. You know, we and also put that caveat that we are not violent people, right? And so I agree with you 100%. I think sometimes when I'm talking, speaking fast, that I could say things and it might not be I can misspeak, right? And so that is definitely not my intentions to make that, to insinuate that by being Black, by definition, means that we're violent, because that is the label that was put on us, right? By being Black men, hypersexual, right? They don't know how to, they don't have any sexual discipline. You know, that was a thing that a lot of the white slave, white men used to say, the fear that, you know, these guys, they're hung, they're longer, right? They're sexual deviant creatures. You know, they're most likely to, you know, rape, you know, white women because of this, that, and the other. So that was a stigma that was put on Black men, as you know. And so that was always a thing that was said. And so again, it's easy to label people incorrectly and create a big issue. So I do agree with that. And that definitely was not my intention. And to your point, that is one of the biggest reasons too, that perception is reality. And a lot of times when people look at what they see Black people doing in entertainment, music videos, the songs that they hear, our behaviors in public, people generalize all of us based on our skin, based on what they see. And that is a dilemma within our community, because though I'm Black, represent all Black people. So if I go out in public and I do something that reflects poorly on me, that also leaves an impression in someone else's mind and think that we are all this way. I think that's why our image is so important, that we regain control over our image, and also be mindful that when we are out in public, men and women, that we are a reflection of each other. And we have to always be mindful of that, because people look at that and stereotype us.
When you see a white person, do you think all white people are the same when one white person acts dumb? No, we have Karens, and we don't think every white woman is a Karen, right? That only applies to us.
Right.
I mean,
but no. But
why
it's not that it only applies. It's not that no stereotypes apply to everybody. Let me ask you.
I don't think that when a white person does something that we think all white people do that. In the sense that
a stereotype is a stereotype.
They have to conduct themselves a certain way to make sure that all white people aren't seen a certain way.
I don't think that's true.
Right. I don't think white people are.
Do you think Asians are good drivers?
I live in Georgia. I don't think anybody here is a good driver. I don't care what color you are behind the wheel. None of y'all motherfuckers can drive. No, no, I've actually never heard that stereotype. Do they say Asians cannot drive? I've never heard.
Can a white man jump?
If he's been playing basketball and he kind of tall, maybe.
Oh my God.
Shit, I don't
the
know.
moral of the story is there are stereotypes on all races, right?
It is.
I had a friend of mine.
Right. White people don't use no seasoning when they cook. Right. I got you. We got stereotypes.
There we go. There are good stereotypes and there are definitely wrong stereotypes. But I agree with you. I just think someone said DWO driving while ordering. I can't with y'all. I didn't
know. Is that a belief that Asian people can't drive?
Yeah, that's like a big thing.
Heard that. Okay.
Sometimes it seems a little accurate.
No,
though,
I'm gonna go out there and I gotta start talking about Asians and be equally racist.
I had an Asian friend of mine tell me that he hates the stereotype because people think that he's supposed to be smart. And he's like, I'm actually a dumbass. But because I'm Asian, people think that I'm supposed to be intelligent. It's like little stuff like that, But I don't know. I'll just joking. But I mean, he did say that. But it's just funny how that's actually a really positive stereotype, But where do stereotypes come from, right? It comes from repeated observations. And there's a misconception.
Is it repeated observation or is it media projected?
Yeah, media projected.
If you didn't watch TV or you didn't watch things or stuff that put those scenarios in your head, like how many white people have you been around to say they don't put no seasoning on their food to equate that to the whole, white race? So really, I think that stereotypes are propaganda, and they become projected and then they're pushed through media and things of that nature.
So how do we change the narrative on our image?
Cut your
by
TV
using
off.
propaganda.
Why? How do we change it? I will tell you that that's probably the most difficult thing for me. See, you talk a lot from the law. I speak from the psychological aspects and the effects that happen to people in here, right? Not what you necessarily see on the surface. Like, for example, no shade to the sister in the chat. I believe her name is Shay. She was like, he's talking about culture, not our nature. And you're misunderstanding that to say someone's culture is this thing, it is attributed to them. Culture comes out of your heritage and who you are and things of that nature. So it's going to be equated in the same way, right? And so people don't always understand that aspect, but the psychological weapons used against us are the most powerful ones, because it becomes a point where you get to speaking and saying and doing things that you don't even know how they got implanted in you, but you begin to say them. You do things and you speak things that have been programmed in you. And in America, this is the most beautiful thing. You think, when I say you, I just mean everybody in general.
Yeah,
you think, right? You think that your thoughts are your own. I'm free. That's my thought. I'm the one that came up with this, or I'm doing this because I want to do this. This is my freedom and my right. When the truth is, a lot of your thoughts, a lot of the things that you believe, from the things that you buy to the things you tolerate or won't tolerate, from everything to even the way you see your relationships, all of those things have actually been conditioned and programmed in you, right? And so one of the things that is the biggest programming that even Black people have bought it, and I'm going to bring this study up and I bring it up all the time, is the doll test. For Black people, and anybody, if you've never watched it, it's on YouTube. Go watch it. It's a few minutes, but the doll test takes Black children and shows them a white doll and a Black doll. Many of you probably have already heard of this. And they ask the child, which doll is the bad doll? They give them a lot of negative attributes, and the child points to the Black doll. Then it says all the positive attributes, which doll is the pretty doll? Which doll is the good doll? Which doll is the deserving doll? And they're pointing at the white doll. Then they ask these Black babies, and they're little, they're young, they're like 5, 6 years old. Right. They're asking them, which doll do you look like? And that is the moment you watch all of these children hesitate in their face, because they're getting ready to point at the Black doll because they know they're that Black doll, right? But then they begin to realize in that moment, damn, everything bad I said is the doll that looks like me. And that is a very powerful study, because it shows you that before a child even goes off to school, before they are driving around in this world, they're an adult or they're doing things on their own, they have already been given. And it's not about their household. No, their mom is not going around telling them that they're bad, they're negative, their hair is nappy, they're not good. That's not coming from their household. But they have already at that age from society picked up that something is wrong with their Blackness. So understand that as we grow in life, if this has hit you when you were a child, right? Imagine as you keep growing and growing and nobody has deprogrammed that in you. It continues to get programmed as we go, okay? And so when you are full grown, you're a grown woman, you're a grown man, you have these biases against your damn self. The man you see in the mirror as a Black person, we don't have any love for that. We think something is wrong with it. And this is why we have no love and no regard for one another. You were bringing up earlier about, which I don't believe is true, how in other races, somebody bump into somebody, they say, excuse me. Okay, we want to say that, we'll play that game. But at the end of the day, when you don't find any value or any love in yourself, see, our people are a reflection of each other. When a Black man sees another Black man, it should remind him of himself. He should say, I see myself in that brother. And when you have no love, right? Whether we think we do or not, we don't. It's been programmed into us to not. We don't have that love for ourselves. We cannot have that love and regard for the life of another Black man or another Black woman because we don't have it for ourselves. And a lot of people are going to give me pushback and they're going to say, I love myself and I don't feel like that. But if you understand psychology, you will understand subliminal messages are things that lie on the inside. They come out and you don't realize that they're coming out. It's that song that is programmed in you and you believe that it is a part of you and you don't know where it comes from. I will give this example because it's a very simple one that maybe people can understand. The song on the radio that you don't like, right? They play it and you're like, oh my God, why do they play this fucking song 4 times every hour, right? Well, after you've driven to work and you've driven home and after about 2 or 3 weeks and you keep hearing this song 4 times an hour when you're in the car all the time, you don't even like the song, but you know every word and you find yourself when it's not on, you're singing it and you're humming it and you know all the words to this damn song now and you don't even like it, right? But you're singing it to yourself. We've all done that, right? Well, it's the same way programming works the other way. We'll say that white is not the standard of beauty. We'll say that we think our Blackness is beautiful. We'll say that, no, we don't hate ourselves. We don't hate our skin color. We don't hate our hair texture. But when women begin to lighten their skin or they begin to go put that blonde wig on, that is you singing that fucking song that you said you did not like. And so the power of controlling someone's mind is a very big thing. It is the most powerful weapon, I believe, that this country uses against us, aside from anything else, because they want you to believe that this is your fucking idea. You the one that did this. You the one that thought this up. See, if another Black man says you guys are out of order and Black people's culture is violent, then he must be right because he's Black and he's saying it. So this is the thing that they want us to do. So when you ask me, how do we fix that and how we see each other different? I will tell you, for understanding how conditioning works, we don't have the networks nor the ability to fight. The only way you can uncondition someone is to hit them with the reality and truth time and time again. And I don't think that our reach is as far and wide to keep combating with the media to ever fully bring Black people out of that conditioning. That is where I'm stuck because I understand. If you have ever seen a woman that suffers from Stockholm syndrome, she can be locked in the basement for 10 years. And when she comes out of that basement, this man has tortured her. He has changed her name. He has had children with her. Her real family will be waiting to greet her and they will tell her, no, honey, your name is Rebecca. You were kidnapped and this is not who you're supposed to be with and this is not who you are. You will find often that that woman will actually feel sorry for her abuser and her kidnapper. She will not want him to go to prison. She will go through so much turmoil and missing him and not knowing how to live her life without him. And she doesn't want to be Rebecca anymore. He's told her she was Kim for 10 years and damn it, I'm Kim. And the way that they give those people therapy is to constantly remind them of the truth and hit them with it and not let them get away from it. But even then, that can be the hardest therapy to ever get someone to come out of. And I believe as a race, as Black people, we are a race of people that suffer from Stockholm syndrome. So if it's very difficult to do that with an individual, I'm telling you that if we understand that, I don't have an answer for that for you, Nathan, because to uncondition the minds of everybody that has been conditioned, which is our biggest problem, I don't even think that's possible. And I'm just going to be honest. So I don't know how to fix that. I mean, we can put Band-Aids on it. We can sew shit up and we can make our communities a little better while we have to live here on this earth. But the truth is, I think in that aspect, we're too far gone. And I don't think we have the ability to uncondition the masses of Black people.
I think, well said, first of all. I think it'd be worth a discussion on a stream to bounce ideas off. I have some ideas. The argument would be the practicality, but the execution is absolutely possible, you know? But all the ideas I have require participation for those who have the wits about them, you know, and willing to make the sacrifice. I believe it's possible. I believe it's difficult. I believe it's challenging. I don't think it's impossible. I think it'll take about 3 generations to do if you get started with said process. And then I also believe that the focus has to be on the children. Focus always has to be on the children.
How do you reach the children? Look at the school system, Nathan.
No, I'm clear on that. I'm clear on that. Yeah. But that's what I'm saying.
They spend more time in the school system than they ever spend within their parents' presence.
I got a method. I already thought it through. I got a method for it. But that's what I'm saying. That would have to be a conversation because that's a deep dive. You know, we'd have to come back and actually have a stream and really talk from start to finish, and I'll lay out my plan that I put together. I think it's very possible. I think it's one thing to understand how pervasive the problem is, and then I think also to look at the reality of the challenge. But but I'd be curious to see if anyone would have any strategies. I have a strategy. I think the conversation would be good, challenging and picking apart the strategy and seeing what could be added, talking about the practicalities of it and things of that nature. I think that would be a great stream to have. But I would love to share my vision with you and then get your thoughts on it. I think that would be really good to do a stream on and really get people's input. You know,
now don't get me wrong. Let me clarify this. When I say band-aids and sewing stuff up, what I mean is that we can definitely take those steps. You might be able to make a difference here with a group of people here where you stay, right? Or, you know, even what we're getting ready to do, right? The Black Agenda is coming, and you know, that is doing the work. But I guess my question is on a larger scale, how do we reach the masses? Because we don't have the media. And I think that's why they keep Black people from owning media. And why when you see Black people getting ready to own a network, they do them like they did Bill Cosby. So I think that's why, because of the weapon it is. So I mean, we can do it in smaller pockets. I'm saying, but to reach the masses, we don't have that capability.
No, I'm clear. No, I'm clear on that. My strategy that I put together is for a macro level. A macro level, because and again, you know, I'm a dreamer, right? I'm a big visionary, and so I think any problem, the solving of any problem, is just a reflection of a person's imagination. You know, before they thought about flying planes, you know, who imagined it? You know, and so before they thought about getting into space, who imagined that? I think we're always going to be limited to our imagination. And so I just have a very, very vivid imagination.
Well, you told me that my vision was not right and it would never happen.
I never told you that.
You did. You said, right?
Overthrowing the government? Overthrowing the government? Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah.
If I can dream, you can dream big. I could dream big. Shit.
All right.
Look, y'all keep calling white, and stop asking Black people on here, how did a white person oppress you? Let's be real clear right now, okay?
Oh my
White
God.
supremacy is the government. It is not the white man that lives down the street from you. Let's stop that shit.
I'm aware of that, but the people I talk to aren't. And I always challenge them to see what they believe the problem is. And a lot of them hit me up with the Casper, right? They hit me with the Casper energy. So again, like the brother I asked last night, I said, which leader do you think Black people should be following? Martin Luther King or Malcolm X? And the brother said Martin Luther King. I knew exactly what the problem was.
You think we should be following
Malcolm X, sister? What you mean? Come on now.
You don't want to hang out with Martin Luther King and crap. You don't want to hang out with them? See?
Listen, let me pull up.
I'm Nathan. You said you agree with me all the other time. No, I'm just kidding, y'all.
This is why I can't
agree with me.
This is why I can't get my channel together. Ms Watchman, you ready? I'm gonna pull you up with Mechee crazy ass up here. Ms Watchman, stay at Mechee. One second. Let me bring Ms Watchman, because we gotta shut this thing down. You know, I gotta hear her voice. I haven't heard her in a long time, and this is right on time. Oh my gosh, y'all be
shalom. Mechee X, greetings. Nathan, how are you all doing this evening?
We're doing good. How are you?
I am well. Now, this case right here is a classic example of the things that I've been talking to you about.
Yes,
since the first time I came on your show, Nathan. I know my city.
Yes,
you know, and it is a pleasure knowing you and Dre, knowing the type of officers you all are. And I appreciate what you're doing. Here in my city, we have a tendency to shut things down. We don't have a tendency to burn. We have a tendency to stop the money from flowing. So I am not expecting for original Memphians to be burning things or tearing the city up. on tomorrow. And I think the reason that they're waiting until 6:30 to let us know, to let us see the video, is because they want to make sure that they can get people in from other departments in preparation. I'm just praying that those people who look for the perfect opportunity to burn things down don't come in behind the people who live here in the city and start burning things.
Right.
But I have it from confidential sources that if they show it the way that it is without editing, what we see tomorrow is going to upset everybody. It's not just going to upset Memphis, Tennessee. It is going to upset the country. Ooh. I have it from reliable sources that not only was he asking what had he done wrong, he too was calling for his mother.
I think that this was a personal attack against him. I think this looks like it was targeted. Just based on how things are, it just something about it just does not sit well with me. I feel like he was targeted. Someone mentioned in the chat and said that they made a statement that may have been something involving another officer's wife or something like that. I don't know, but
I saw that comment.
I
haven't heard anything to that nature as of yet.
Yeah,
I am connected with the 4 major activists here in our city. They have been on top of this. I didn't find out about it until last Monday, Dr. Martin Luther King's holiday. Okay. And I've been very upset about it ever since I found out. But the activists here in my city, since they found out about it, they've been at City Hall. They were protesting on Dr. King's holiday. That's how I ended up finding out about it. They've talked to the mayor. They've talked to the DA. They've talked to the police director. And one thing that we have on our side this time is that Amy Wyrick is no longer in office.
Okay.
Pamela Moses, the young lady who was locked up because they told her she could vote and gave her the process of how she could go about voting. Behind that, Amy Wyrick lost her position. And she was part of the problem. So what we've got to do is we've got to clear the whole system out with the corruption.
Yeah.
So the corruption that was there when Amy was there, it's still there. But what we're seeing right now with this particular case is it appears that the DA and the police director, they're on top of their job and they're going to be trying to move things the way that they should have been moving all the time.
They seem like, for those who don't know, people are saying this was a quick, swift. This was not quick at all.
No, it wasn't.
This was not quick. A lot of people are saying, oh, this is quick. No, it's quick because you just now heard about it. This incident happened January 7th. This 14 days.
This happened on January 7th, and he was pronounced deceased
3 days
on
after.
January 10th.
Nothing swift about this, you guys.
Correct.
This is very suspicious. And I think to what you're saying, Ms. Watchman, it lends to that this seems like there was a lot of funny business going on behind the scenes. No one knew about this until the photos came out. And everyone's saying this is swift. I've never seen them move this fast. I said, this isn't fast. I said, there's plenty of other cases where they were locking officers up in the 3rd day, the 2nd day, 1 day. You know, when you see an officer conduct a crime, they do something criminal in nature, and someone's injured or someone loses their life, they violated someone's rights. That's a crime. You investigate it. It'll take no more than 48 hours. Unless it's something that's very elaborate and you need to really figure things out. But no, this is no.
I feel like once they saw the body cam footage, and I mean, we know they saw it way before we did. I feel like once they saw the body cam footage, not only should the officers have been fired, but they should have been locked up at the same time.
I agree.
Now, we can say maybe it has something to do with the fact that the police director and the DA are new to their positions. They're relatively new to their positions, and maybe they had more research that they needed to do before they could feel comfortable that they would get a conviction. But there's a police problem here in this city, just like it is in every other city in the United States of America. But even with this case, because somebody's going to scream black on black crime.
Mm-hmm.
Even with this case, what I would say is we can see the difference between how a black officer is treated and how a Caucasian officer is treated. Nonetheless, there's something about that uniform that gives them leniency that it wouldn't give to an ordinary citizen.
Correct.
Who doesn't wear that uniform. And right now, as you can see, I'm at work. And I have to work hand in hand with these guys because I work security. But I don't like getting pulled over by them. I don't like talking with them and dealing with them. I don't hang out with them. Because I've seen the changes that came about in our city.
Yeah.
When it comes to the people who work for the Memphis Police Department. You've got officers out here who are gang members and drug dealers. And they'll rob a guy on one side of town, lock him up, and take the majority of what they've taken and giving it to a guy on another side of town so that he can put it out here on the streets.
100% profit.
You know, so they're not doing enough research on the individuals that they're employing to become police officers. And we used to have what they call PSTs, police service technicians. Those were the people who were responsible for anything that dealt with traffic. We need PSTs in the city again. PSTs didn't carry firearms. PSTs had customer service skills.
Okay.
We shouldn't have anybody dying from a traffic stop, period.
I agree.
And although I work as a security officer in this city, if an unmarked car gets behind me, I don't care how many blue lights it has. I'm not stopping, Nathan.
I don't blame you.
I'm not stopping. I'm going on Instagram. I'm going live. I'm going to talk to the people and let them know what's going on. When I get to a well-lit area where a marked cruiser is or a police station is, then I will stop my vehicle.
But then there are people who are going to tell you, why was you running? You should have just pulled over because you was causing a problem. Black people need to learn.
I'm exercising my right. If I don't feel safe, I don't have to stop. And I would say to those people, learn your rights.
Yes, that's
learn your rights.
True. What I tell people, and it's I tell my family the same thing. If you feel uncomfortable, I tell people, call 911 yourself and let them know and ask them, hey, someone's following behind me. Can you confirm that this is an officer? I'm driving the speed limit. I'm going to a well-lit area and I'm not going to stop. I don't feel comfortable. There's nothing wrong with that. You're in your right to do so. And I think, these conversations are important to give everybody an idea of what options they have and then also how to do it properly. There's a problem. There's absolutely a problem. And with policing, and one of the biggest problems is the city trying to address crime issues, but then they're not willing to put the same effort to address the poor selection of officers that they're picking to do these jobs, and what do? Because they're picking from communities sometimes where they don't get a lot of options. They're picking people outside the community to enforce laws on communities that they do not know. And
don't care about.
And they don't care about. There's no invested interest. And so there's a way to fix that too. I think when you bring about standards and you raise the standards, people are going to quit. You raise the standards very high, people are going to quit because they don't want to be held to those standards. What you about to say, Mechee?
I was gonna say, but don't exactly when you have a higher threshold for people to become police officers, which they should, because I think that is a very serious job, just like a surgeon, right? You're dealing with life, death. Police get to make all those options. And so what I'm saying to you is that I believe it's been set up by design. I think that the government, right, wants to have the bar set so low, and it does allow a lot of those people in who have these issues and these biases that cause these problems. Because whether we want to believe it or not, I believe all the issues that come along with the police, all of these things help political issues. Like the politics love the George Floyd thing. They loved everything that went on because it helped them with the their campaign, right? And so even when we talk about riots burning down communities, that's actually helping to pre-gentrify your community, to bring the value down. So when they come in and buy it, it's worth nothing. Like there's so much more behind the scenes that we don't see. I actually think the bar is set so low to be a police officer, and I think it's that way by design. I think they do that shit on purpose, because if they had a better level and standard of police officers required much more education. How can you be a police officer? You don't have to have a college degree. Like that should be automatic, right? But if you require that, then you have to pay more money. But look at the type of job that police officers have. And I think that will remove a lot of these jackasses, because you can't tell me people who are narcissistic, folks who are racist, people who want to do certain things that have control and power. Some of them purposely become police officers because they know that job will give them the ability to do that. And so I actually think that the bar is low on purpose. I really do.
Whether the bar,
I think that they also need to change some of the things that they allow to slide when looking for police officers, because you can be a gang member and they can know that you're a gang member, but if you haven't been arrested for a crime, you can become a police officer.
That's crazy.
Same thing with the supremacist groups. And here's the thing about it. You encounter all types of people in the line of law enforcement.
Hold on.
And
What group?
White supremacist groups.
Oh, white supremacy groups. Okay.
And if you are an individual who is known to hate a group of people because of the color of their skin, that should automatically disqualify you for the job.
But the problem with that is it depends. Are we talking about a police department where, you know, some of the higher rankings of the department are all affiliated with the same organization? Because then they, of course, and they do welcome that in. You know, I think people forget that there's 18,000 police departments, roughly, approximately. And these are scattered all throughout this country. And there are areas in this country that are rural, that are still living in 1860, right? They never got out of that. We still got sundown towns. I know Mechee love when I mentioned that. They still got sundown towns out here. It's a fact. If you just so happen to try to drive cross country and you come across a community that's still living in the 1800s, you know, that could be a problem for you as a minority in this country. And it shouldn't be that way, but that's the truth. That's the truth. And so, you know, the federal government should make a concerted effort ensuring that all state municipalities are rising to the occasion that is reflective of the Constitution, reflective of the rights of the people, and reflective of equitable treatment for all citizens. You know, and anytime there's a discrepancy, I believe the federal government should have the right to go and dismantle that damn police department.
And they should. They absolutely should.
Yeah.
And while I'm here on your live, Nathan, I want to reach out to anybody who's listening who lives in Memphis. And, well, not just anybody, but I want to reach out to the legally armed citizens in this city. Because it may get to the point that we have to be the ones to stand up for us. And I'm not necessarily talking about going to war with the police department or anything of that nature. What I'm speaking about is we may have to be the protection for our neighborhoods to keep outsiders from coming in and burning down our city.
Yep.
Okay, I see what you're
So
saying.
I want you to reach. I want you to reach out to Ms. Watchman on Instagram, and the way you'll know you have me is I'll call you on video chat, so that we can decide where we're all going to meet up here at in the city, and what time, so that we can come up with strategic plans to keep our city safe.
And I will say this: don't, you know, if you guys are out protesting, don't sit back and allow people that you know are not from your community to infiltrate your protests and then start destroying your community. Don't allow that to happen. You know, it is okay to make a citizen's arrest, address them appropriately, respectfully, and then wait for the police to show up and get them.
Wait for the police.
I gotta.
Really, Nathan?
Wait for the police. We're gonna wait for the ambulance.
I see you talking that disclaimer, Nathan.
Well, you know, because
disclaimer tell you 911 was a joke.
Are you sure you're a Pisces?
I'm a Pisces.
He is a Pisces. I'm a Pisces. I can vouch for that. He a Pisces.
The whole thing is, I want to make sure that everybody's safe. You know what I mean? And we don't want to get caught up becoming and turning into what we are already despising in this country. You know, and so there's always a borderline that we want to make sure we stay within those boundaries and don't cross over, because again, then it's hard for us to look like the good people, right? And you know, regardless, though, I think what you're saying is, Ms. Watchman saying, listen, we're gonna play Kyle Rittenhouse tomorrow.
No, that's not what I'm saying, Nathan.
I know. That's what
33 years in some field of law enforcement, I do it the way it's supposed to be done. Right is right and wrong is wrong.
He did it the right way too. That's why he's not in jail.
The right way. That's
People might not agree with this, but I was not mad at Kyle.
I wasn't mad at Kyle either.
I was not mad at Kyle.
I'm just talking about protecting my city. That's all.
I just don't think they should.
And if we make our presence known, and let people know what we are not going to tolerate, they won't come in and burn our city down.
I say definitely protect what you own, people. Protect what you own. Do not protect what you don't own. Be very careful. And if it feels unsafe, if it feels dangerous, please unask the area. Nothing is worth your safety, your wellness. Property can burn, we can rebuild. I don't want to see anything happen to anybody.
Nathan, the homes are too close here in my city in some areas.
Lisa, the fire gonna jump.
And we have elderly people who can't get out of their homes. We don't want anybody burning. Okay. And people who come into cities to create that type of destruction, they don't think about the lives that they could literally take by throwing a fireball.
That's true. That's true. Please be careful.
Always.
That's all. My little gangster boo. Y'all.
I don't understand why people. I hope we. Why would we be rioting and protesting? We've always done this to get. Okay, I wasn't about to say go burn the Put the disclaimer down, Nathan. I'm about to say something you agree with. Shut up. I don't.
Got the finger on the trigger. I'm waiting.
We're doing this because we want justice, right? That's usually
exactly
what like what I seen. Something that I wanted to bring up that you said earlier, sis, is that we find that when this happens and it's white police officers, there's a different reaction. So I want somebody we need to bring up that point too, right? That it's not treated in the same manner. But the way these officers have been treated, this is what we want to see for all of the officers.
Exactly.
What's happening to them, they deserve that, right? And this is supposed to happen to them. But the truth is, this is supposed to happen to all the officers who do stuff like this. And when they're white, it doesn't happen. So when we're rioting and protesting, which people may not like this, that's stupid too, because the truth is, I want somebody to tell me out of all the stuff we done burned down and got mad, what has it changed? Nothing. So it doesn't work. But if these officers are in jail, they are being charged, and I'm sure they're going to get convicted and get a nice long sentence, right? What are we protesting for? That's what I wouldn't even understand. Why are we doing this? And if they do that tomorrow, I want everybody to pay attention to how conditioned we are. Because as soon as you hear police kill somebody, everybody gonna run out. And if I could be in Memphis tomorrow and they ride, I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna stop people and ask them, why are you doing this? You can answer that question because they're in jail. So what the hell would be the point? But watch how people want to run out and cause problems anyway. Why? Because this is just what we do. That is a form of conditioning because it's stupid. It would make no sense. We didn't riot like this for other officers and people that died because those officers were in jail and getting their just due. We were rioting and protesting because those officers were not getting their just due.
Very, very. I agree 100%. Ladies,
yes.
Final words, Ms. Watchman. And then I want to hear final words. Please be careful. Call me. You know how to reach me if you have any issues. If you need any advice, don't hesitate to reach out, Ms. Watchman. And I'll be streaming this video. Lord have mercy. And we're gonna take our time with it. You know, we're gonna take our time with it. I pray that I don't know how much it takes for them to really open a serious conversation nationwide on the federal level, on the state level, to really, really bring about some real change and speak to people. I would love, because I would give them the raw, honest truth. No one could pay me not to be honest. And I'm hoping for an opportunity one day to be able to at least share my vision on a grander scale so that the entire nation is aware of what options they have and what expectations they should hold their police. But Ms. Watson, what are your closing thoughts before we hit this 4-hour mark?
I don't just want to speak to those who live in my city, but I want to speak to those who live throughout the United States. No matter what you see tomorrow, hold your peace and be patient for the end results.
Yep.
We have what we want at this point. They've been protesting here in my city since we found out about it. And there's no reason to continue because the charges have been brought. The officers are in jail. They will face the legal system for the crime that they committed. Continue to have prayers and send out condolences for the family of Tyre Nichols. Those of you who feel like you want to come to Memphis, if the only reason you're coming is because of what has happened, please stay at home. Let us handle this our way. And don't burn your own cities down because you're angry about what has happened. Let's let the legal process do what it's supposed to do. And be the change you want to see.
All right. So you're gonna give us you're gonna call me live when it's going down. we're gonna see Ms. Watchman strapped up. Ms. Watchman gonna be in the streets like, what it do? Call me.
I don't go live for what I do in my city.
I know you don't. I'm gonna check on you though. I'm gonna check and make sure you're good. You know, I'll be streaming for a little bit, looking at the video. But you know, blessings to you. Be safe. Keep us posted. You know, and then you know we go from there. Mechee might fly down there. I might fly down there too. We'll see.
If it I'm going down there, I don't do riots.
Mechee said she's coming if they ride, so I'm praying Mechee doesn't have a reason to come.
Well, I'm hoping I'll have a reason to come either. But no, if I come, I don't protest and riot. I don't do those things.
I know
anymore. But because they don't work. But
he sends people out to do it.
I will be coming for my network so that we could cover what's going on, because these are the things that matter to our people. And I'm hoping there's nothing to cover other than the fact that these officers are being tried for what they've done. So I agree with you in that. I hope I don't have to hop on a flight either.
That's what's up. All right, Ms. Watchman, keep us posted.
Always.
All right, my dear. Have a good night. Be safe. We will talk.
You do the same.
All right. I love that lady. Mechee, what are your final thoughts? You brought some as always, controversial, adversarial. I'm just playing.
I would be like, nothing. But somebody actually, I already said enough, nothing. But somebody sent you a super chat and it was to ask me a question. So before I go, I'd like to answer that question.
Oh, okay. With this one you talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Oh Lord, be gentle. Daughter of God is one of my precious.
No, let me tell you something. I've been doing this long enough. I get that question all the time, right? The funny thing is that I think that I've actually gone through some things that dark-skinned people have not gone through, right? In the community. But let's first say we understand what it comes to with being treated badly. I'm not, first of all, if I come up in a Black community, for me, I wouldn't say that racism is in my face every single day. That's blatant, right? You have to see it underneath. But I went to those same oppressive schools, right? I lived in those same ghetto communities, right? And everything that came along with it, food deserts and everything else. So that was a part of my life. But I would tell you that a lot of the injustices I have faced have been very great ones. And a lot of them have had to do with the police. I have literally had the police kidnap me when I was 14 years old and throw me in a cell and tell me they were arresting me on a bench warrant, although they never served me a subpoena and court was the next day. They didn't tell my mother I was there until they brought me in the courtroom, right? I've had the police burn down my home because I would not cooperate with them in an investigation. I was 17 years old. I had my own place because I had a child. I lived in housing, so they got the key from housing. I lived in a duplex, so it wasn't an apartment building. And they were questioning me. They came and raided my house looking for some stuff, thinking I had something to do with it. They didn't find anything, and because they felt I wasn't cooperating, 2 days later, nobody had been in the house. They came back and doused my couch with accelerant and burnt it down. And then when I called them, they treated me like the victim. I mean, like the criminal. And they told me, oh, a cigarette was left lit in your house. I ain't been home in 2 days and I don't smoke cigarettes. And there was no forced entry. You're the only one that had the key, right? This is one of those police departments where it's in a smaller city and everybody's related in the police department and they get away with crazy stuff and nobody does anything to them. Those stories still exist. I've had white people write "nigga get out" on me and my mother's barn. And so it's not about in our communities what I faced. In this country, I faced a lot of stuff. Part of why I do what I do and who I am today, many of you may not know that my brother, who has the same father as me, so he's biracial as well, they murdered my brother in a cell in Florence State Prison. They killed him and said it was suicide. And I won't go into how we know that they murdered him, but they did. And they murdered him because he was a nigga. Okay, this is what they told him, and this is why he was treated the way he was treated. I have dealt with my son being caught up in the school to prison pipeline, which has been very devastating for me and my family. So I have dealt with, and I could go on and on and on, but the thing is that I've dealt with all of the smaller things that we deal with, right? Just being Black. I had a man at Walmart one time tell me, I quit that day. I was 19 and he looked at me and he said, when I was ringing him up, what the fuck has this world come to that they let niggers like me work here? I told the lady I wasn't gonna ring the man up and went off on the man. I quit after that. But so I mean, I've had these issues. I've dealt with them in life. And so I very much have faced racism and seen racism. I will say this too, that being who I am, because we talk about colorism in the Black community, I've also taken a whole lot of shit from my own people because I'm not Black enough for y'all, but I'm not white enough for the white people either. So I've gotten it from both sides, you know, a whole lot. So, you know, if I dealt with anything in my community, it would probably be that I had to fight a whole lot because I thought I was a cute mixed bitch, right? So I had to fight everybody in school. School was ghetto as hell, and I got tired of fighting everybody every day, and I got tired of going to school with rats and roaches, right? And lead-filled water. So I dropped out of school in the 8th grade. So yeah, I mean, I've dealt with all those small things we deal with in poor-ass communities and living in the Black community. And I've also dealt with racism from trying to get into places, and police have done plenty to me. This is why I don't have much regard for the police. Until I met you, Nathan, I've never met an officer that I had any love for. And had they had a police officer, no matter what color, been the one on the videotape splattered on the ground and they've been the ones dead, I would have been okay with that, right? So I will say that. I mean, knowing you has made me change that perspective a little bit. I told you that saying fuck the police, like from my soul, I used to mean that with my whole heart. But when I go to say it now, I can't say it with as much emphasis because Nathan comes into my mind and Dre, and I'd be like, well, wait, okay, fuck the police, but not them two. But then it's like, can you really say that? Right? You can't really say that then. So you kind of messed that up for me, Nathan. Thank you. You know what I'm saying? But so that's my short answer of it. If that was a short answer, but I've dealt with a whole lot of stuff like that, right? And so yes, I think that my racism that I have faced has been more in those situations that I've told you, and this is why I think a lot of my anger is more towards the government and the systems. I got my degree in criminal justice, and I never used it because once I realized how the systems work, I felt like I couldn't work in the system. I couldn't be a part of the system I felt was so corrupt. You know what I mean? So it was a degree that I pursued, but I just hung it on my wall and was glad that I finished it. But I'll never use it other than giving people the knowledge that I have from it. I'll never use it. So that's it.
Interesting. Mechee, you should write a book about your life story.
I need a ghostwriter because I don't have time. I just want to talk. They can record. They can dictate. Look, I don't have time. I hate writing. Actually,
right? You could have made 5 books. Shoot.
I hate writing. I could talk all day, but I hate writing. You know, I'm a poet, and you know what my poetry is written on the backs of envelopes and bills. I'm not even organized with that.
Oh man, listen. I think this was a good conversation to kind of get us prepped and prepared for what we're going to see tomorrow. I really appreciate everybody's voice and input on this. Shout out to Daughter of Yah for the super chat. Thank you so much. I love the crew over here. You guys, we have a very tight-knit family as our channel grows. You guys have been extremely supportive, very understanding, very opening and welcoming to different opinions and different voices. We got new followers of the channel. Shout out to my boy James. That's my new boy right there. That's my homie right there. He out there in the mountains.
That man was in a jail cell. Y'all go for
No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't.
Right. That was the top bunk. He had no mate, no roommate, there was no cellmate.
No.
Where he was in an underground bunker. That was not no kitchen or nobody there.
No, he was up in the mountains. He said he that brother good.
And up in the mountains, what was that room he was sitting in with all that metal around him? I just need
Shout out to James. James, he's not in the prison, brother. He not. James is just he was chilling, brother, chilling. He was chilling. Doing
Jody said I'm the new Jaguar Wright. Is that supposed to be meant as a compliment? Because I think Jaguar Wright is crazy, and I just want to know what you meant before I say what I'm about to say to you, Jody.
She's just saying that you dropping knowledge.
The Jaguar Wright is crazy, and I don't believe half of nothing come out that woman's mouth.
Crazy don't mean she not telling the truth.
You know what the funny part is with Jaguar Wright is that she may tell some truth, but she mess it up when she turn around and say something real off the wall that we know you're full of shit, so you ruin your credibility. And she's done so much of that. I don't listen to nothing that Jaguar Wright say anymore. She's messed that up.
People are hyping it up now because it's entertainment, just like Orlando Brown. Hey, this brother there. Lord, I can't. There's so much that's going on. I don't know. I just feel like we are on the brink of damn destruction at this point. So we had the 4-hour Mechee. Listen, thank you so much, love. I appreciate you so much for joining us tonight. You're always bringing some great insight to these very complex issues. Lord knows it's complex.
Thank you.
Ready for tomorrow?
I don't want to watch that video tomorrow. If I do, you'll know because I'm gonna text you like, Nathan, I can't stop crying. You know that last video. I have to watch this because I have to talk about it on my channel. But I don't want to watch it, y'all. I know everybody be like, Mechee, she mean and she tough. I am a girl and I am about to cry. I don't want to see this. I have a child. I have sons and I don't want to watch it, but I have to watch it.
I would come over to your channel and do a thing, but your channel is they are so aggressive over there.
They be mean to me sometimes. What?
I can tell them I'm an undercover cop working for the FBI agency. They'd be like, nah, nigga, nah, we don't want you over here.
Well, I be cussing FBA out. Now I'm ADOS, but I don't mess with FBA. No.
We had a conversation. I had a conversation over Courtney's channel. We're talking about that.
I wanted to come up because y'all was on some bullshit.
Was on some bullshit? I was trying to encourage. I was trying to incite them to come up and give the smoke, but we did a smoke show before I did this show.
I was there the whole time. I was getting my nails done, and so my hands was not free because I wanted to come up, but I couldn't.
Thank God.
Would you say thank God?
You was in a position of disability. You couldn't come up and talk back. But you see, nobody came up and he was talking all that.
The Lord. That was the Lord was with y'all. He knew.
Nobody didn't want to smoke. I was ready to flame on. Okay. But they know what happens a lot of time is we get to having a conversation. They realize that my intentions are genuine. They just don't like how I say certain things, but they can't argue the points that I'm making because the points are valid. You know.
No.
They
want you to react like everybody else. They just be upset because you are a man that acts like a man. You state your point, and either you're going to argue the point, but you're not going to attack the person. And if they can't attack you as a person, they don't really know how to argue your point. So that's why they go first for the, you a sellout, you a this, you a that. They want you to respond to that instead of what you talked about. So it just pisses people off that, you ain't walking around with all that toxic masculinity. They want you to, get buff and get loud with their ass. And they can be like, I don't have time.
He was Revolutionary Thought was over there. Thank you, brother, for coming by and checking out the channel. I definitely appreciate that. I really, really appreciate that. It was a good conversation, and I was being a little extra just to kind of get the guys to come up. But even Revolutionary Thought brought up some good points as well, challenging points that I said. And at the end of the day, man, I want the best for everybody. And I definitely want the best and want to empower Black people to turn tragedy into triumph, because that's what I'm all about. So with that being said, my dear, we are going to and then we'll reconvene tomorrow, and we'll go from there.
Okay, I'm leaving. Bye, y'all.
Someone sent you something. He said, "Hey, Mechee.
Hey, LA.
What's up, LA? I'm gonna check it right now. I'm behind on my IG. I try to check it once a week. I try to go in there and check it once a week. Shout out to Mechee. I really, really appreciate her and everybody who came up tonight. LA Wilkes, I got you, brother. I'm gonna check it. I'm gonna check it right as soon as we get off the stream. So I think, and please, if you guys have not, please go and check out the MX network. Please go and support. Mechee is doing a lot of great things. We talk about supporting Black-owned businesses and entrepreneurs, and she is absolutely that. Please go and check her out on there. You will not be disappointed with her content on her channel as well. Shout out to everybody who came up tonight to give their input. You guys were at the 4-hour mark. I try my best not to go over these times, but sometimes the discussions are good. I really appreciate everybody's patience. Everyone willing to embrace different thoughts, different perspectives tonight. Shout out to all the members. Shout out to James for coming up for the first time. Really, really enjoyed the conversation. You guys, this channel is very diverse. You might not see everybody who comes up, you guys, but I have a very diverse channel. A lot of people from all over on here. We have people who are messaging me from Europe, from Africa, from Australia. I got a couple Australian fans. I really, really love that. Really love it. And I value everything that you guys have to say. And it's just about sharing our thoughts, sharing our heart, sharing our experiences, and really, really just having a discussion on what we can do in combating the media's propaganda that we are not loving one another, that we don't care for one another, because that's a lie. That's a lie. We know that there are evil people out here. They come in all shapes, sizes, and colors. I love good people with good hearts. And at the end of the day, that transcends how you look, your skin color, and your gender, and even your religion. And I think that's one of the things that we always need to make sure we remind ourselves at the end of it all. We are Americans, right? And we're living a very unique experience in this country. But the longer we allow people to continue to divide us, the easier it is for them to conquer us. And that's not acceptable. You guys, the biggest thing you do to support this channel is share. Share the channel, share it with people. That is like the biggest thing you can do. All the donations and support, you guys, I'm so blessed to have it. It's just a reminder that you guys see value in what I'm doing. And so, but every time you come in and support, every time you watch a channel, you're supporting. Every time you like a video or dislike it, you're supporting. When you comment under the video, you're supporting. Anytime you're just interacting, you're supporting, and it goes a long way. And best believe it helps. You don't have to donate to support. The best thing you can do by supporting is just interacting, joining, showing up, you know, and then sharing the message. Honestly, that's more valuable than anything else. And I love hearing you guys' thoughts when you come up here and share your vision. I love it. I love it. Let's brace for tomorrow. We know it's going to be rough, but like everything else, we will get through it. Chris, James said he in Facebook jail because you over here talking about destroying the police. That's why they locked you up in Facebook jail. Shout out to you, man. Thank you so much again, James, for coming up. All the members, thank you so much. Jody, you might as well become a member now, Jody. You might as well become a member. So shout out to you, Jody. Make sure you become a member. Jody, you should be a part of the club. Other than that, you guys, you know, normally do like final questions, but I think we covered everything. We'll save all the questions for tomorrow, because Lord knows we'll need it, and it'll be a long stream. Well, no, it shouldn't be long, but I'm gonna make sure I can answer all the questions and go from there. So, back-to-back streams, and I'm hungry and I didn't eat. God. For those, if you guys haven't checked out the stream I did with Courtney Michelle, I'll put it back in the messages so you guys can follow up on that. Please check that out. Y'all are silly. Y'all are silly. Y'all. You know what's so funny? I had to. I keep making me put my little disclaimer. I'm so glad I have that at a moment's notice. Oh God, I'm tired and I'm hungry. Listen, you guys. Tomorrow, prepare yourself. We'll be here. I'll probably get started around 5:30, going into 6 o'clock. Waiting for them to drop the video. Come back tomorrow, and then let's definitely dive into it. And just know it's probably gonna be tough. All right, it's probably gonna be tough. So, anyways, guys, I'll see you tomorrow. And with that being said, let these truths find you where these lives have left you. Good night. God bless.